Good morning, everyone. There is a copy of the Open Meetings Act located on the table outside as well as on our website. There is also an automatic external defibrillator that's available on the back wall of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we might, before we begin our business, if everyone would just take a moment. There have been horrific events across our country in dealing with the number of mass shootings that we've had that have taken the lives of so many innocent children, adults, older Americans. And while it seems a little bit weak, I guess, to just offer our thoughts and prayers, I think it's a good place to begin and for us to really take part in the discussions that are going on across this country about the violence. And so with that, let's begin by just taking a moment of silence for all who have lost their lives, for their families, their friends, for their communities, and for our country. Thank you. With that, we will begin with the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle?
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Here.
Commissioner Friend?
Here.
Commissioner Garcia?
Here.
Commissioner Morgan?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers?
Here.
Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, May 24, 2022. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, June 14, 2022 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? This is the Board of Equalization.
Good morning, Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I haven't had time to finish my property tax protest, valuation protest, so I thought I'd start it here this morning by making a few comments about the common sense or the logic to the process. First of all, I resent the fact that out-of-state real estate companies can come in and buy properties at way over the asking price to steal it from people that do maybe intend to stay in Omaha. Secondly, I don't have time to knock on everybody's door in my area and ask them to let me see the inside of their house, how much they've made improvements to it, and how much they're actually going to sell it for, hoping to sell it for, and compare the square footage to mine. In the Dundee area, every block, the houses are different style, different size. Yet people come in and turn them over very fast. They go in and do a hell of a lot of improvements, which boosts their value up, I think. But I don't know that they do all the permits. But see, that's not really fair to me who hasn't done that, because you're raising my property tax based on what they've done to improve that house they just bought. They haven't lived there for very long, and they may not stay there very long. But yet you base my property tax on the valuation of what that sold for. That seems illogical in a certain way. And the other way is the city's overall master plan. The county's involved in that somehow. But somebody at the end of my block can come in, a real estate company, and buy that small single-family type house. Yeah, there might be 4 members of the family that live in it, but they turn it over and rent it out to a group of students, maybe 5 or 6 of them. That's the way they get a foothold, and then they want to build a multi-density structure in our neighborhood, which destroys the neighborhood. Yet we get paid, because of that, our taxes go up because the value went up. And the final word is on the TIF. City or county, no one has ever proved to anybody at the microphone that TIF does not raise my property tax. The way it's worded in all the documents and all the speeches I've heard sure sounds to me like, whoa, that owner or that developer, they may be an out-of-town person. They get a break for 15 years. They're trying to go for 20, 25. On today's value of a dilapidated property, because you came in, the city came in and declared it blighted or extremely blighted, that seems a little unfair, because 15 or 20, 25 years from now, it might not be the same owner, and he's not going to pay the higher property tax from that time on. There's something illogical about that, folks. Think about it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak before the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Alan Seibert. I live at 5537 North 140th Street in Omaha. I was here before this Board of Equalization in April to complain about my tax valuation. Since then, I've been preparing to protest my valuation by continuing to research state statutes and comparable sales. The last thing I said in April was the DC assessor was violating state statutes by using cost of construction to value existing properties. However, even though cost basis is not appropriate when valuing a single property, statutes allow it for mass appraisal if it's applied fairly and equitably. But if it is fair and equitable, then why do property records for new sales show assessed values below 88% of sales price, excuse me, more than 1 year after the sale? In some cases, more than 77% below. According to statute, it should be between 100 and 92%, preferably 96. In March, the DC assessor appeared before this board to present the state of the market. And during the state of the market presentation, the DC assessor said the target is 96%. Being below the required range as a loss of revenue for Douglas County is not fair and equitable. There were exhibits in that presentation created from sales data collected by the DC assessor. I found the exhibits presented to be confusing and contradictory. For example, exhibits 4 and 5 show the overall median assessment to sales ratio to be 94%. And exhibit 6 says the countywide final level of value for 2021 is 94%. Same percentage. But exhibits 4 and 5 cover the period from October 2018 to September 2020. So 94% cannot be the final level for 2021 as it says on exhibit 6. Also in the upper right corner of exhibit 6, median ratios are shown for the 2021 periods of January to March, April to May, July to September. Those ratios were 80, 75 and 74% respectively. That is a definite downward trend that says the ratio could not have improved from 74% to 94% in 3 months, which also puts the DC assessor in violation of state statutes. These discrepancies and others in that report caused me to question its credibility. Some of my discussed the last time I was here was with this board because I couldn't understand how you could allow the DC assessor to implement ridiculously high valuation increases. I have since found that according to state statutes, even though county assessors may present reports to the county boards, the county assessors are controlled by the state tax commissioner, so it wasn't your fault. My guess is those two entities are more interested in the amount of property taxes collected than using a fair and equitable process, and any excuse will be used to justify the process. I hope the voters of Douglas County have elected a new assessor that will improve the current process. I also hope the referees working this month in behalf of the Board of Equalization will be fair and equitable to all of the property owners of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to resolutions D, E, F, and G. We have no need for executive session, so could I get a motion to approve resolutions D through G and adjourn? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll now move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Here. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, May 24, 2022. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment processed through Tuesday, June 7, 2022. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Oops. One moment, please. Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Okay, thank you. Okay, motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Motion passes 7-0.
Next is the consent agenda, items A through O. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
A couple of quick questions and comments here to get some things in the record. So on the consent agenda is an item G for $123,500, approval of a design services for justice project. And I think this is through the public properties folks, at least the backup documents show that. This appears to be related to the new courthouse annex and the old MUD building. Is that right, Mr. Leahy?
No, actually, good morning.
I'm sorry?
Jerry Leahy, Public Property.
Yes.
No, this contract, this design services contract is for the Justice Center project for furnishings. As you recall, probably a year and a half ago, the board approved budget items for furnishings, audiovisual, and IT. So we're engaging with them and have negotiated a fee to help us with those services for those three buildings. So it involves all three. And most of the furniture is the public furniture. In the case of the Justice Tower, for example, the lobby, the conference rooms, some of the waiting rooms, and so forth. So this is a product of our commitment for those services.
Okay, so this is $123,500 for furniture design at the 1723 building. That's what this says.
It should not say that. If it, what-
Okay, so which building are we talking about?
it's the Justice Center. It's the
Yeah,
Justice
the one
Center.
I said in the beginning is, that's the
The tower.
new courthouse annex.
Yes.
Yes?
When you say annex, at times that.
The one attached by a
Yes.
walkway to the courthouse.
Yes, yes. But when you say, sometimes annex can refer to.
Yeah. Okay, so
1505.
is it that building, or is it the old MUD building that this is
It's the
going?
MED building, the tower, and the youth center. The furnishings for all three buildings.
Okay, so $123,500
Yes.
for furniture for
No,
those buildings?
Design services.
What are we designing?
Well, 8 floors of furniture that were designed when the project was started, and we've negotiated that fee downward. And Jeff and I can't design 8 floors and the youth center, and
Okay, so they're designing furniture for all three of these
yes,
buildings. Is this money coming out of the bond that was
no,
to finance this project? This is addition to the bond?
yes, but this board approved 3 different,
I'm not asking about that.
Yeah, it's not
I'm
the bond.
asking about the financing of this.
yes.
This is not coming out of the bond. This is in addition to the
It is not coming out of the
bond.
bond.
Okay.
It is not.
At the end of this 123,500 expenditures to, I believe it's HDR, the same people who are doing the
Correct.
design on the building. Do we have any furniture for these facilities? No furniture is being provided under this 123,500. Is that correct?
Correct. This is to allow us to select and purchase the furniture.
Thank you. This is, again, an example of the gift that keeps on giving. Here's a project that's already way over budget. It was poorly financed in the beginning, and now we're spending $123,500 for furniture design, at the end of which we won't have any furniture. So I presume at the end, we'll get another bill for actual furniture for the people who are going to be occupying these facilities. Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
Jerry, Chris and I serve on the Building Commission, have updates on a regular basis. I just want to make sure I'm correct in what I'm stating, but my understanding, and I was at the last board meeting of the Building Commission, this project is not over budget,
No, not at all.
as was stated by the commissioner, that it's already over budget, which is pretty amazing because I'm involved in some projects in some other places to continue to be on budget, and I stated it at our last meeting, is quite an accomplishment in today's times. And I think the Keywood organization has done an outstanding job of making certain that we are on budget, and I request that you correct anything I've just said so that the public knows that that was an accurate statement, because you've been the public property person for a good number of years.
No, you are correct. That project is on time and on budget. You are correct.
So I think at these meetings, I think we need to be careful of what we're stating, and that's why I always ask people like yourself to please correct anything I might say. I use Joe Lorenz often as our finance director, because I do want you to disagree with me and say, no, it's not quite on budget, but it is. And we can only hope that it continues with what we're seeing out in the environment that we are now faced with. But I think they ordered things in a timely, good way, and I just want to give them plenty of credit for what's taken place.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
Hi, thank you, Jerry. Also, I had similar questions along Commissioner Kavanaugh's lines. As far as approval and it says approval of design services for the Justice Project. As I read through it, it says it's for design and procurement, but it's not purchasing at all. So that means this is to create the layout and then find vendors who will then supply the furniture. So it sounds like this is just the fee for design and figuring out which vendors to use. Is that
Yeah,
right?
and then we will place the order.
Then you'll place.
It's the same thing we did over at 1723 with probation, which is totally furnished on the public portion of it. Anything in addition to that would have been purchased by probation through their individual budgets.
Okay, and then it's just another question, and some of these I know were approved before I was on the board, so just for clarification for me, but these types of items, I know that HDR is the contractor for this. Was there any chance, or is there any opportunity to go out for bid? I don't know if $123,000 is a fair price for that service, or if we could get an interior designer who's an expert in this that would be able to provide the same service for a better savings than that.
Well, again, they were selected, not by me to do the design of the project. In that design was the layout for furniture. So, there's office sizes, there's conference room sizes, and then there's suggestions and drawings for furniture, and that's what we're doing. We're just implementing that portion of it. And believe me, we have brought this fee down substantially.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I guess I'm just probably for my other commissioner colleagues, if you could educate me on how much of that, just that piece of it, can pieces like that be taken out just to get different types of bids? So that's, I feel like, to be honest, I've a little, like I don't understand a lot of the money that's going towards the building. So I think that's probably where my questions are coming from. So, right. Thanks, Jerry.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Another item just happens to be on the public properties thing is item L, the resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between Douglas County and the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 571 for the classifications within your department. And this is just to give public record to the approval that we're going to give to this contract for 3 years. In 22, a 3% increase. In 23, a 3.5% increase. In 24, a 3.5% increase.
Yes.
Right. Those folks in your department who are operating engineers, approximately how many are there, and what do they do, just so folks will know?
Well, this contract includes carpenters, painters, and engineers. So the third grade engineers, we probably have 24 for all of our buildings. And, we have 2 campuses that are 24/7. So there's a lot of activity after 4:30.
Right, and I got to say, having toured all the campuses and, pretty familiar with the property that we have, they do a great job on upkeep, and I want to commend you and them for the great job that they do. They're hardworking folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items on the consent agenda for discussion? Commissioner Boyle?
Just one other thing too, on item N, it's a resolution to allow $25,000 of Douglas County Sheriff's Office federal asset forfeiture funds to be transferred to the, I think it should be Hart Ministry Center to support their Fresh Start program. When I was looking through the proposal, it mentions that this $25,000, just a portion of it is going to be, like $22,000 of it will be given for rental assistance and transportation. I guess we have other resources for rental assistance, so is there, I guess I'm more questioning what Chief Deputy Hudson about or to be more clear about what that program is all about.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Deputy Wayne Hudson, Douglas County Sheriff's Office. We've been working on this for about the last year with the Hart Ministry Center. Today we have with us Marcus Hines from the center. I'd like to have him come up and he can give a kind of a brief overview about the Fresh Start program.
Good morning.
Morning.
Marcus Hines, 3512 North 49th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68104. The Fresh Start program is it's a job training program. We're taking in people that have backgrounds or have problems with alcohol abuse, substance abuse, or just want to get a new lease on life. We're bringing them in, and to answer your question about the paying of the rent, some of these people are in halfway houses, three-quarter houses, and things like that. So what we try to do is take away all the barriers that'll keep them from not showing up to the to the Heart Ministry Center and doing the work every day. So we'll pay for their rent, we'll pay for their cell phone, we'll pay for their, if they have a car, we'll give them gas cards. If they don't have a car, we'll give them bus tickets. And this program lasts between 15 and 18 weeks. And by the end of the 18 weeks, they'll have training on budgeting. If they need a social security card, if they need a birth certificate, soft jobs training skills, budgeting. We do a PI, performance index, on them, so we know their strengths and weaknesses, and we provide them. We connect them with one of our strategic partnerships and gives them jobs, higher wage paying jobs. So at the end of the 18 weeks, they have all these things, and we have their PI, and then we match them with a company that we think they can work together based off their PI index.
Great. I guess my question really is, we've got other resources to help with rental assistance, so maybe that funding could be used for something more for programming.
I guess we could. The cost to get a one person in through the whole program is like $5,000 a piece. So it just depends on the individual and their situation. And sometimes they live with people. Sometimes they live in a three-quarter house. It just depends on the situation. So I'm hoping I'm answering the question.
And again, for us, if you look at the entire program is for individuals that are having issues with substance and alcohol abuse. And that's where it's more than just rental assistance, things of that nature. So that's where the forfeiture money, the federal forfeiture money, allows us to donate or transfer money to these type of programs. And from a law enforcement standpoint, if we can take money that we seize from drug dealers that have been poisoning our community and then turn that money back into something positive so that these individuals can have a good path to life so they won't do criminal activity, it's a win-win for everyone. That's why we want to partner with the Heart Ministry Center.
Yeah, I think they
1 minute.
I think they sound like a solid organization and do the right thing. Like I said, my main question, just when I saw the page that had what it's expended on, 22,000 of the 25,000 looked like it was on rental assistance. That just seemed like a big chunk of it for that purpose. But
Yeah, no, I can tell you right now, it's not for that. And even if we were to say that to the Heart Ministry Center, don't use any of those funds for that, they have other funds for that. They can use the 25,000 for something else. And I know, I think I put in the information that Don Klein has also signed off on another 25,000 from his drug money to also donate to Heart Ministry Center. If the county board members haven't been down to the Heart Ministry Center to take a tour of it, I really encourage you to do it. They really do a really good job in the community.
great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on consent agenda items? Seeing none, there was a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next are some recognitions for county employees that are retiring. Are there any with us today? We have 4. The first one is Yumiko Tebasyashai from the Register of Deeds Department for 23 years of service to Douglas County. Also, Jolene Raddick worked for the Douglas County Communications Department for 20 years. Joyce Lowry worked for the Douglas County Communications Department for 23 years. And Anthony Jones, who's worked for the General Assistance Department for 30 years. These folks are all retiring. We wish them well, thank them for their service and dedication to their work for the Douglas County citizenry. And just as a note, the 4 of those individuals are employees that are leaving equate to 96 years of service to Douglas County, so that's pretty impressive. So we thank them for their service. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Roll call. Oh, sorry, vote. I didn't mean roll call.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is citizen comments. Anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Excuse me. Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska, 68132. I have another protest this morning about rules, and I want to relate that as to why some of the rules are unreasonable under the Open Meetings Act or whatever. I want to relate it back to last week. I made some comments early on in the morning at the Board of Equalization meeting because I figured I'd probably get removed for them and I wouldn't get to stay for the day. Now, I don't consider any of those comments I made to be hateful, meanful, spiteful, or anti-Christian, or even anti-Muslim. I gave you evidence to that effect. Now, what's wrong with your rules? If any of you, including Mr. Aish, were offended by what I said because maybe they didn't understand it, perhaps you should have asked me some questions. Perhaps we should have had a discussion then and there. But no, you guys didn't have the guts to ask me questions, so maybe ask Dan to do that or make a comment after I was done, not while I was up there. Now, maybe you're being advised that by your attorneys, but I think that is technically a violation under the Open Meetings Act. Now, none of the people in the audience stood up to join in during citizen comments to complain or refute me or discuss me. None of the students, and not at all the professor. He chose to confront me later. I spent the whole day here. I was up on the 9th floor. At the end of the day, I come down, and the students have still had complete control of this building, apparently. They were lounged out around the door out here, so I thought there was maybe another meeting or another congratulatory celebration for them. Maybe rightfully so. But no, the doors were locked. There was nothing on the doors. There was nothing on the screen. So I took the opportunity to have a discussion, as some of the information I presented to you last week suggests that we do. And it was a fairly nice conversation. Unbeknownst to me, one of the young ladies that I did start talking with, when she did ask, reply to my question, if I offended any of them, may I explain why I said what I did? We were having a nice conversation, but the little professor, I think he said from UNO, College of Civic Engagement, came running up the stairway, the escalator, to interrupt that conversation and to tell me I could not talk with his citizens, his students. Yes, of course, I was offended. I raised my voice a little to him and I said, "You're interrupting my conversation." So what does he do? He wants to argue with me a little bit. I argued a little bit back. Then he went running down the stairs looking for one of your threat assessors, a deputy, a police officer. And on that basis, that police officer thought I should be removed. I was on my way down the escalator. He didn't ask me any questions. The little professor was still right there helping him push me out the door. Well, he didn't put his hand on me, but he was following me with his hand up. Wonder to know why I always get kicked out. I simply replied, well, because sometimes they don't like what I say. And sometimes I complain because they don't discuss it with me while I'm there, while I'm at the microphone. They don't have the guts. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to the first presentation. Our first presentation today is regarding mental health first aid at work training for county employees. And I just want to, I did prepare some statements on this for you all. And I want to start off by saying today I am so proud that as a county we have made mental health a priority. And as county leaders, mental health issues have been a part of numerous discussions in our work for many, many years. And one thing we can all agree on is that the pandemic has exacerbated the mental health issues across this country, and yes, here even in Douglas County. Another thing we can agree on is that the pandemic has affected our employees. We believe they are one of our precious resources, and their well-being is important to us. We need to support our county employees, and we need to make sure they know that they are not alone, and making sure that they take care of themselves is of utmost importance. At the beginning of the year, I was contacted by our National Association of Counties to have our county participate in a pilot project that they were engaging in with the National Council for Well-Being to promote mental health first aid program to help counties deal with mental health challenges in their workplaces. And you'll hear from the director, Melissa Sedgwick, a little bit later, who led our pilot project here in Douglas County. But the mental health first aid training program, it basically educates participants on how to recognize mental health symptoms and signs of substance abuse, how to discuss these complicated issues in the workplace, and how to fight back against the stigma around mental illness. So today it is my pleasure to introduce our guest today from our National Association of Counties and from the National Council for Mental Well-Being to provide us an overview of the partnership and program and discuss an opportunity for us to offer this training to all of our Douglas County employees. So this morning I welcome Brandon from NACO, Brandon Nashara, and that Brandon is the National Program Director of Technology Partnerships with the NACO Financial Services Corp division. And we are so thankful for all the participants that will be here today. We welcome you to Douglas County. And Brandon, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for the invitation to present on this needed program. Again, good morning. My name is Brandon Natsuhara, and I have the great pleasure of serving as the National Director of Technology Partnerships here at the National Association of Counties, or NACO. And as you all know, NACO is heavily involved with initiatives of delivering value-added and innovative solutions in the financial solutions space, technology, and here with the employee benefit solutions. We just want to thank you for your continued partnership with the 3+1 program, as well as the program with the Professional Development Academy. And we also just want to thank you in advance for your participation on a pilot program and your further consideration of this needed program with the Mental Health First Aid Program. With this latest partnership with the National Council for Wellbeing, this is an intentional and very focused effort to really equip county workforce and their communities with these needed skills and knowledge to really combat this growing issue of mental illness. Just looking at stats across nationwide, by the National Institute of Mental Health, nearly 1 in 5 adults will deal with a mental illness this year. And over the culmination of a lifetime, 50% of us will be diagnosed with a mental illness at some point. So this is truly a very widespread issue that we're trying to bring to the forefront and really address head on with this partnership with the National Council to the delivery of the NACO Mental Health First Aid Program. So with that, in the context of, in the wake of COVID-19 and with this great resignation, this program will help with the talent acquisition and retention issue that all counties face across the country, as well as hitting this issue of mental illness head on. And so with that, I would like to introduce our partner from the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Jonathan Grau, who will give a further overview of this program. And I invite you to please ask us as many questions as you can on this program, and we're happy to supply the best answer for you all. So thank you so much. Jonathan, it's all yours.
Thank you, Brandon, and thank you, Commissioner Borgensen, for the invitation to speak today. Indeed, the eloquent opening statement and remarks indicate that we are facing a mental health substance use crisis, not only in our communities, but also among our employees and across various workforces. I'll draw your attention to the handouts. I'm not sure if the presentation is on your screens, but my name is Jonathan Grau. I'm the program lead for Mental Health First Aid at Work. I've been in this role for 4 years now and have experienced through my work with hundreds of private sector and public sector employers a rapid shift in emotional, psychological well-being at work. And I am proud to present a solution that we've had in the marketplace for a number of years that is demonstrating optimal outcomes and excellent results as it relates to employee engagement, collegial support, and focusing on knowledge, confidence, and skill when it comes to addressing some of the stressors in our work environments right now. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce you to the National Council for Mental Wellbeing. We are a nonprofit membership association here in Washington, D.C., founded in 1969. Our focus is on bringing affordability, access, and equity to mental health and addiction treatment and behavioral health support in our communities. And our public education initiative, which we have administered for over a decade, is called Mental Health First Aid. Mental Health First Aid is an international program. It originated in Australia. It is an evidence-based, life-saving technique that is a lot like CPR. It's a lot like physical first aid, insofar as once trained, we can administer immediate care and support for someone who might be experiencing distress. And as good Samaritans in our communities, we can choose to act when someone might be in need while we find professional care for those individuals. So just like someone who might be waiting at a bus stop and falls off a curb and skins her knee, we choose to act while we find professional support who can respond in kind.
Who was behind it and what they were aiming to do.
Could those on Zoom please mute yourselves? Thank you.
The Mental Health First Aid at Work program was introduced to the marketplace a little over 7 years ago, and it takes the principles of mental health first aid that are delivered in our community, and it really focuses on the workplace specifically. As you know, there are employment laws, OSHA, ADA, and other accommodations that all employers must use to find accommodations and to find the best benefits and resources for their employees to use as it relates to mental health, addiction, etc. So Mental Health First Aid at Work is very much focused on the roles and responsibilities of the employer, of the manager, and is very careful about how mental health discussions are conducted in a work environment. Our adjustments to mental health first aid are in format and in context. First, context. We are very much focused on driving down stigma in the workplace, bringing some emotional intelligence, if you will, to the work environment, which is much needed now, and assuring that everybody who is trained in mental health first aid is resource aware and knowledgeable so that they can use their employee assistance programs and other employee benefits effectively. They're not providing care, they're not counseling, they're simply providing immediate support to a colleague in need. The format adjustments are suitable for work environment, and we've revised and adjusted our curriculum to meet the needs of employers so that our program is both based on learning objective and has very specific outcomes as it relates to the work environment. It's conducted in 4 hours of training. It's very concentrated and concise, and it's very effective. So what you are presented with today is a proposal that allows us to bring the mental health first aid at work general awareness training to Douglas County employees. And it's also supplemented by mental health essentials, which are live facilitated seminars that are open to all employees that help us socialize these concepts, that help us drive home the value of formal training, and help us come together as a workplace to really normalize the conversation around mental health and what we can do to be more effective managers and more supportive colleagues every step of the way. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have in relation to the program itself and what implementation might look like at Douglas County.
And before we get there, I would just ask Director Melissa Sedgwick to talk a little bit about the pilot that she led for Douglas County, what it looked like and what she felt the outcomes were that led us to the presentation today and opportunity today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Melissa Sedgwick, Douglas County General Assistance. So I first off just wanted to thank all the commissioners and Commissioner Borgeson for bringing this opportunity to Douglas County. I was able to participate in the mental health work first aid training for NACO's pilot program. I've done a lot of trainings surrounding mental health over the last decade or so, but this training was definitely something that I have not experienced in the past. It was definitely a more focused on assisting your fellow coworker, and that's something I think is often overlooked. I felt fairly confident going into this as far as being able to help a client in crisis, but that level of confidence definitely was not there for providing assistance and support to a fellow coworker. This training really focused on the education and signs and symptoms and also risk factors for all of us to be aware of. And it gave us the tools and resources to support somebody in crisis. And I think there was a big focus on inclusivity and being reminded that even though it may not be intentional, that our language matters and we can be creating additional barriers to our fellow coworkers that are trying to seek assistance, need assistance, and that we're adding to the mental health stigma, which is something we definitely don't want to do. And so just, again, that awareness that we're doing it. And again, words matter. I really appreciated the step-by-step action plan to be able to assist each other and support somebody in crisis, as well as learning how to have the conversation that I oftentimes felt was really difficult. Sometimes it can feel like you're being intrusive, that you're overstepping, but just giving you the plan and supports of how to go ahead and have that conversation and being able to give, again, the resources and tools that are available. I feel a lot more prepared to be the director of this department to help my fellow coworkers with the support and resources. And even if it's a small crisis, a large crisis, and then being able to do so within my role and expertise. I think sometimes you feel like you need to do it all, or you can only help a little bit, it's not enough. But just knowing a little bit matters, and even just having a phone number to be able to provide to them is something, and you should go ahead and do that. I think it's important that it was noted that 1 in 5 adults have a mental health illness in the United States. And so based on that, 20% of Douglas County's workforce is dealing with mental health and mental illness. And so although it's 20%, I think if you look at the indirect effects of that, 100% of our department, our departments and employees are dealing with mental illness and it affects us. So I really encourage and hope that this is something that the county does offer to everybody within the county. I think it's necessary and I think it's a worthwhile investment. I think that it's really going to help build a culture that's focused around health and well-being for its employees, but it's also going to have a trickle-down effect on how we serve the residents of Douglas County. But that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. With that, I'll open it up to any questions or comments from commissioners on this. Again, it was, or Commissioner Boyle, sorry.
More than anything, I'm just asking, is this something that's going to be part of a human resources issue or just services available? And if so, in order to be effective, it seems like it would have to have some type of, I don't want to say mandatory component, but if people really, if we want to really take advantage of the service and the tools really have to be aware, everyone has to be aware of the tools and be willing to use them. So is this again, something that's going to go through the human resources?
Yes, and departments, but what Patrick and I, our Chief Administrative Officer, Patrick Bloomingdale, he and I and Melissa talked about doing it more like we do the Leadership Academy, where there is a certain number of cohorts, which I think are 30 per class offered by Mental Health First Aid, if I'm correct in remembering. And so we would be in contact constantly with those department heads and elected officials to sign folks up on an ongoing basis and they'll come, the proposal that will be forthcoming to the board would lay out how many they would provide, and again, based on that 30, but it would be over a period of time, because we'd want to train everybody. Not necessarily making it mandatory, but making it open. And then I think what will happen, and we've seen it with the Leadership Academy, are people talk and see the benefits and the excitement of it, and so then they get their colleagues to sign up for the next one. So that's how we envision kind of doing this if it moves forward.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments? So our next steps, I see a hand up on Zoom. No, it's not? Oh, it's not, okay. Anyone else? Larry? Oh, okay. I'll be right back to you, Marissa. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'd like to ask some questions and make some observations. Do we have a real problem in the city and county employees of rapid rise in mental health problems? If so, why? Don't our people know that already? Don't we have local people to deal with those issues? Here again, we're giving away our sovereignty at my taxpayer dollar to bring somebody in from an international and a national organization to train us to do something that we have people here in Omaha, Douglas County, that can do. There's an opportunity to not spend any money. So this does not tell us how much it's going to cost, but yet there's going to be a vote on it. It'll be accepted or something or other, and it's beyond the citizens' control at that point. So I'm just saying, if you want to reduce my property taxes, which obviously you don't, you need to cut out programs like this. Use local people. Do you not have people in the city and county government that are human relations people and possibly capable of helping solve rapid increase of mental health problems amongst our employees? Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Marissa Tabb. I'm the DEI officer for the county. So I would just like to say I am 100% thrilled to hear about this program. And Jonathan, I guess I have a question specifically for you as far as the implementation of the training. Is there a proponent? Well, one, how many weeks long is the training program? Is there a certification process, like after our employees go through it, will they be certified in a certain kind of way? And then also, are there modifications or adaptations based on different ability needs?
Thank you, Marissa. In regards to implementation, I'd like to echo what Commissioner Borgensen said earlier, which is at large organizations, it's important to start fairly small, and that is to say, to help socialize these concepts, help people understand that these human issues that they are bringing to work and vice versa are okay to have, okay to talk about. And mental health first aid gives us a framework that allows us to have respectful and supportive conversation with anyone. Mental health first aid at work, of course, is focused on collegial support and peer support. So generating momentum internally can be done in a mandatory fashion, but due to the subject matter, we typically recommend that we start slowly, we identify key stakeholders and departments who can advocate and advance and champion the model and move it forward. We've had a lot of success with that at larger organizations. So this implementation plan, which estimates around 2,300 to 2,500 Douglas County employees, will take some time. It is a training by training exercise. So the trainings themselves take 4 hours for groups of 30 individuals. So that's our denominator. And as we think about implementation, we can schedule multiple trainings per day, per week, per month, per quarter. But as it's presented, we're looking at a probably 18 to 24 month training plan for that initial cohort. All individuals who participate in mental health first aid at work general awareness, the 4-hour training, will receive a completion certificate. They will not be certified as mental health first aiders. And then the final question, Marissa, if you could restate.
Oh, sure. I didn't know if there was any modifications based on different ability needs, maybe such as language or anything like that.
Thank you. Right now, first of all, it is Section 508 compliant, so we have the ability to accommodate all learning needs. We also can and do make adjustments for specific groups of individuals. With a little advanced planning, we can absolutely make adjustments to how we facilitate in a classroom environment, whether in person or virtual. Finally, mental health first aid at work is delivered exclusively in English language right now, and all of the curricula are delivered and written in English. However, mental health first aid in the United States does have Spanish language attached to it, and should we have a Spanish language, Spanish-speaking cohort, we can plan for that in advance and make adjustments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brandon, Jonathan, thank you for the information. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, and they might be, we might not have enough time. Bear with me. How much of the advances, how much of the advances over time in medical technology, and then I'm going to get to a point here, how many, I promise, how much of the advances and progress that's been made over time in medical technology, awareness, identification, some of the things that you guys have laid out in this presentation, how much of that advancement has given us a knowledge level in the community mental health arena that we didn't have, for example, 50 years ago. We have a greater population in the United States and worldwide, obviously, now than we did 50 years ago, but we had similar problems, and they weren't being identified. Is that fair to say?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to have everyone recall that with the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, previously sensitive health information has now become mainstream. So more specifically, HIV status, maternity status, mental health status is now part of a larger stream of claims from a medical standpoint that we have access to. So yes, sir, to your point, in the last decade, we have more insight based on claims data on prescribing and conditions related to mental health than we ever did before.
Okay, that's good. And then further, we're doing MRIs. We're doing MRIs and we're doing scans on people that we weren't doing 50 years ago, and that's based on some of the advances we made with the Affordable Care Act, if you want to call them advances. The information leads the medical professionals down a certain road that can help people in an acute fashion, as opposed to helping them, when everything's over. I mean, there's nothing you can do at that point. I guess that was the reason that and here's my point. The reason I bring some of that stuff up, and I think this is fairly important. I want you guys to weigh in on this too, if you don't mind. The reason I think it's important is it leads me to believe that the private sector resources that we have now, based on some of these advances, those private sector resources have grown, and with that growth comes a value add from a public-private partnership arena that we didn't have 50 years ago. I don't mean to pick on 50 years ago. I'm just saying that's when I graduated from grade school, and I wasn't thinking about these things at that point. They're easier to identify now, and what I'm getting at is government. In my personal opinion, government can't be everything to everybody, but those public-private partnerships are pretty valuable. Does the program help guide us down a road where we can identify private partners that are going to raise their hand in our community in Douglas County and say, hey guys, we're already there. You don't have to put a plan in place. You just have to help us with funding. You have to help us with something else that can help us do some broken field running, right? So when I go through the presentation here, I see all of that information being gathered, but do you have data that can help us with some of these local private entities that are already doing stuff that we're trying to mastermind, right? I hope that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Commissioner, I'm pleased to say that the National Council NACO partnership is much broader than Mental Health First Aid at Work. So what we've talked about today is specific to Douglas County employees. The partnership itself represents an opportunity to bring mental health first aid and all of its public and adult-driven curricula to Douglas County to allow those resources in the community to not only train on mental health first aid, but to leverage all of the community resources in place in your community. So Brandon might be able to elaborate on that further in a future discussion, but the partnership extends beyond that work.
John, I'm going to cut you off for just a second. There's no other lights, and so Commissioner Friend, you can continue with your second.
Well, I just wanted to hear a little bit further, if there's a little bit more elaboration. If Brandon wanted to weigh in, by all means.
Yeah, I think, Jonathan can certainly provide you a list of the private partners that they're currently working with. I think the idea is, we'll get the mental health first aid at work program rolled out nationwide. And the second phase of this partnership and the evolution would be then to distribute these types of programs in your community if they're, not already existing in the current community right now. We're currently building out our list of, larger counties. So, Douglas County will join the ranks of King County, Washington, Tarrant County, Texas, and many others, as well as, 65 plus counties that have reached out to us just in this past week alone from our program launch. We're hoping to just continue to build this ecosystem along with private partners, like you just mentioned.
Thank you.
No further
No,
questions?
I'm good.
Commissioner Boyle?
So I think anytime we're looking at implementing a program like this, the other important thing to look at is like metrics afterwards. Is there a way to grade or figure out what the effectiveness of this particular program is? But I know it's hard to quantify something like that besides more than, say, testimonials. But is data being collected, or is there information that we can go by to determine whether this is something to even consider or continue?
Yes, ma'am. So each and every training that's conducted in mental health first aid has a pre-survey and a post-survey evaluation that is completed by every learner. All of those data are compiled into our outcomes measures. For mental health first aid at work specifically, we also have pre and post training evaluations for each and every session that's conducted. So we will compile those, we will do those immediately, and we will work with Douglas County to make any adjustments, identify any soft spots in our evaluation metrics, and implement continuous improvement. All of our work is facilitated by master mental health first aid at work instructors. They are open to adjustment, and our evaluation systems are fully transparent. So we'll be happy to share what we measure and how we can track outcomes with Douglas County.
Yeah, I think I'm even looking beyond that. And again, it'd be a difficult thing to figure out, but it's not just like pre and post a session or a training. It's like down the road, like a year later, 2 years later, can we see how these folks have actually used some of these tactics and have implemented into ways to improve mental health in the workforce, but also in the community. So I think that sure, we can evaluate a course right before and after taking it, but I'm looking for longer term outcomes on what's the purpose of the course. And to me, that's to help improve workplace mental health. Again, difficult to quantify. That's why I'm asking you folks as the experts presenting this, how do we quantify that, and do you have tools to do that?
We have tools to do that, and Brandon and I will put our heads together and identify some more longitudinal pathways for evaluation.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Any further questions or comments? All right, with that, I want to thank Brandon and Jonathan for being with us this morning. And the next step would be we're going to have a proposal. The county attorney will review it. It will be brought to this board, and we'll further our discussions. And I'll keep my fingers crossed to hopefully for approval. So with that, again, thank you so much for being with us today, Brandon and Jonathan. It was great to see you again. And I do want to also thank Melissa again. She really stepped up to lead the pilot that we did and did a terrific job. And so we thank her for that as well. So, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Board.
All right. With that, before we move on to the next presentations, I think I'm going to have us move to do our public hearings. So the first one is Tyrone Scott, Scott Real Estate Services, Inc. He's the applicant for a preliminary and final plot proposed of Two Rivers Farmsteads. Address of 25902 Douglas. This is the public hearing today, and good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dave Forrest, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. As you said, this is a subdivision preliminary and final plat approval. The subdivision's been reviewed and approved by the county engineer and the Douglas County Planning Commission, and it's recommended for your approval today.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak for or against the item during this public hearing? See, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Trevor Veskerna with Thompson, Dreesen, and Dorner, 10836 Old Mill Road. I'm just here representing Tyrone Scott. If you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is item B, public hearing again for Tyrone Scott, Scott Real Estate Services, Inc. Again, for subdivision agreement for proposed Two Rivers farmsteads, address of 25902 Douglas Street. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave Forrest, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. And this pertains to a subdivision agreement which essentially just provides for 2 outlots that have to be reserved from development. That's per our subdivision ordinance and our zoning regulations.
All right, is there anyone here wishing to speak for or against? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What's the will of the board?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
The next public hearing is Fralon Farms, Inc., applicant, farmstead lot split, preliminary and final plot of the proposed lot, 1 Burke's Addition, address 10555 North 264th Street, Valley. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave Forrest, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. As you said, this is a farm lot split. It's been reviewed by the county engineer, reviewed and approved by the Douglas County Planning Commission, and we recommend approval today.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak during the public hearing for or against? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing item D, Fralon Farms, rezoning from agriculture to rural residential. Subdivision, address 10555 North 264th Street, Valley. Good
Dave
morning.
Forrest, Planning, in case you forgot, Dave Forrest, Planning Zoning Coordinator. Associated with the farm lot split is the need to take the new 3-acre parcel and rezone that residential. And it's been reviewed and approved, and we recommend approval today.
All right, anyone here wishing to speak during this public hearing for or against? What's the will of, I'll close the public hearing. What's the will of the board?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
The next public hearing is a resolution to approve a special use permit to operate a major home occupation on approximately 1 acre of residential property, specifically firearm sales and transfers. Parcel 07298807002, address 10220 North 187th Avenue in Bennington, Nebraska. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave Forrest, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. We had a Douglas County Planning Commission meeting, and this application was approved. I have the applicant, Quentin Erdman, here today to answer any questions, but essentially it's very similar to an application you heard earlier this year to transfer firearms through the home business, and it meets all of our zoning requirements. But I invite you to direct any questions to Mr. Erdman about the specifics of the business operation.
Thank you. This is the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against this item? Good morning.
Good morning, Quentin Erdman, 10220 North 187th Avenue, Bennington, Nebraska, 68007. I am here to answer any questions regarding my request for the special use occupancy permit.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's the
I'm the applicant, so I am obviously supporting my own application, but I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Okay.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. So, and I didn't catch your name, I apologize.
Quentin Erdman.
Mr. Erdman, tell me a little bit about what you want to do. This says major home occupation, specifically firearm sales and transfer.
To give a brief rundown of what I would like to do, I would like to acquire a Class 3 license through the ATF, which would allow me to receive and transfer firearms. In order for that to be approved, any sort of transfer would have to take place on my property where the license would be registered to. And in order to do that, to have in-person customers, I need to have this major home occupancy designation, per my understanding from the county. So that's the reason why I'm here today.
I understand that. Do you currently sell firearms?
I do not.
So this would be a new startup business run from your home?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of firearms are we talking about?
To give you a brief background of myself, I'm a 12-year law enforcement officer. My intention is to acquire and sell firearms to friends and relatives for the most part. I don't intend to operate despite it being a major home occupation, that's not my objective. My objective is to acquire the Class 3 license so I can purchase firearms for my own personal use, but then also to resell them to a select number of individuals that have expressed interest in also using my services. That's not to say I would turn anybody down if they requested assistance for that, but to meet the requirements for the ATF, I'm going through the hoops.
Sure. So do you have a day job in law enforcement? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I work for the Department of Homeland Security.
And what's your occupation with them?
Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
And you want to do this from your home as kind of a sidelight or something?
A hobby, more or less, but I have found that there is the possibility to make some money doing that. So killing two birds with one stone, more or less, by satisfying my hobby and hopefully making a small profit. But because I do have a basically 6 to 4 job Monday through Friday, and I'm on call pretty regularly, this would be a very limited amount of effort that I could put into the home business.
Yeah. You know, you heard earlier, if you were here in the meeting, when we kind of took a moment of silence regarding the mass shootings that just keep going on and on and on. And it's raised concern about firearms in our society, period. So having more firearms out there is probably not something that I'm big on right now. And I'm just wondering, why would we want to do this when you can purchase firearms in Omaha or in Douglas County?
I can. My preference would be to do this myself. There's an avenue to do this. There are no reasons I could not obtain the ATF license that I'm seeking, but for receiving this endorsement from the county. And I'm absolutely sensitive to the recent shootings that have gone on in the United States, specifically for the agency I work for, Homeland Security. We are responsible in part for providing for the security of the homeland.
1 minute.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. However, the clientele that I'm targeting, to poor use of words, but the clientele that I'm looking to help facilitate firearms transfers is primarily law enforcement. Right now, there are vendors, they charge anywhere from $25 to $50 per transfer fee. I want to do it cheaper than them, and I would say the amount of firearms business that I will conduct is pretty low, but I want to make sure I'm doing everything the correct way.
Okay. And we may run out of time. I'll come back real quick.
Sure.
I just want you to know, I hear what you're saying, and I have nothing against you personally or this idea. My concern is more
Time. Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah, thanks for coming to explain things. My question is actually for Dave Forrest. The Planning Commission approved this by a vote of 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what their concerns were?
The concern was the fact that there was no sort of time limit on the permit. It would exist as long as Mr. Erdman lived in his home, and they were kind of concerned about how it might evolve over time. Would it get...
Can you move the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was concern that there was no time limit on the permit. The permit would exist as long as Mr. Erdman was in the home and he had the business operation, and the business operation could evolve over time and involve more customers, potentially more firearm sales, and there was not going to be necessarily an effective way for us to monitor that.
Was there any type of resolution or suggestion as to how that could be, or I guess that's probably not their role to determine how that could be remedied?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear that.
Was there any discussion as to how that particular problem could be remedied?
No, there was really no discussion about it. We had two commissioners who voted no, and Mr. Erdman asked them for an explanation, and that was the explanation they gave, and that was the end of it.
Okay, and then a couple more questions for Mr. Erdman too. As far as the types of guns, are they going to be all access? I mean, all the AK-50, all the AR-47s, I mean, any and all guns? Is that what's going to be?
So I put in primarily for transfers. There are several law enforcement only programs. That's mostly what I'm interested in, why I'm trying to acquire the ATF license, because there are vendors in other states for certain brands that don't sell to law enforcement officers in Nebraska. That's the kind of niche I'm wanting to get into. As far as the type of transfers, any legal firearm that could be transferred, I would be the one that would transfer them. I know that there are some other places in Bennington that do firearm transfers, and it's just a legal buyer goes through the process, and I would conduct a legal transfer for them. It's a couple-page ATF document. They go through a instant background check, and there are regulations that go behind that, but if they are approved, the firearm transfer goes through. So as far as any type of firearms I would not consider, not really.
Okay, and then is there, I think part of this that concerns me is this is at your residence. Is there a way this could be done at a business?
I don't have a business, and I don't intend to have that much revenue where I could support an actual physical place to conduct the business. Again, this is mostly a hobby, but an opportunity for me to make some extra money.
Yeah, I have a feeling it'll turn into a big business. So anyway, okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Dave, so this is a special use permit.
Correct.
And the two commissioners that pose some concerns, those items of concern could be taken back to the planning board to put conditions on this permit. So there could be a timeline, or it could be a review process, or whatever we want it to be, because it's a special use permit, correct?
There could be conditions that are placed on the approval, yes.
Okay.
And you could put conditions
Mhm.
on approval today.
Right, but I guess by proper procedure, we would send it back to the planning board to consider, but, we don't have to, I get that. But I don't have the full permit in front of me to be able to determine what those conditions might be that we would discuss, so. So anyway, I mean, I too, I understand it's perfectly legal. I understand your law enforcement. But I do have some pretty high concerns of the type, or just having it in a residential area. And in this, these guns, weapons, whatever you want to call them, in a residential home, and that transfer taking place there. When there was discussion at the planning board, did you talk about, I mean, say somebody gets off at midnight off a shift, are they going to be coming to your house and doing a transfer of weapons at that point?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Again, I work 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. almost daily, with the exception of the weekends. I also have 2 children and a wife, so my time is best spent with my family. There would be, I would say, a few hours in the evening, maybe between 5 and 7, that I would be able to facilitate these transfers, and that would be it. I go to bed by 8:30 most days because I'm up at 3:45, so I'm not, my phone's going silent unless I'm on call. I'm not going to be doing transfers outside of those hours. Quite honestly, any 7 o'clock comes and it's time for me to put my kids to bed. So that would be my cutoff time. I also have to provide a list of hours to the ATF as part of the license or application. And right now, I've listed 5 to 6 as the time that I would conduct the majority of the transfers. And then going back, I don't know if you have issues with physical security of the firearms. I recently built this house, and it is, I'm sorry, do I need to stop? Okay, I recently built this house where I have the firearm, my current personal firearms. They are stored securely in underneath the porch. It was dug out. It's all concrete with
1 minute.
Oh, okay. With a steel roof and a steel door. The only person that has access to it is myself and my wife, and inside of that I have another safe, which is where I would plan to store any firearms before I completed the actual transfer.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Again, I'm just trying to get a feel for this. You're in Bennington, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is there a place to purchase firearms in Bennington?
The pharmacy in Bennington does some firearms sales, and he mostly does transfers.
Okay. I guess it's kind of like the perfect storm time that you came to us with a firearm request.
That's a fair point.
Again, I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with you personally. I mean, I'm sure you're a fine, upstanding member of the community, and working for Homeland Security, does give us some security, and thank you for your service. It's the firearm question, and the county board doesn't have much control over firearm policy in our community, but the little that we do comes in situations like this, which frankly is kind of unique. I don't think I've ever seen an application like this before. What we do get are applications for other uses of properties in our zoning jurisdiction. For instance, if you wanted to start a bar, you'd have to get approval or at least sign off from a bunch of your neighbors in order to qualify for that kind of approval. And I don't know that that occurs here. And I'm just saying, we're trying, I guess, to be super, super sensitive and careful in light of what's going on in our society, which is frankly unacceptable. I mean, these mass shootings are unacceptable. And so in order to do what little we can to maybe address that situation, which I think you probably share our concerns, you're in security, and so it's the security of our community that's concerning here. Would it be something that maybe we could entertain to go back to the planning board, as one of my colleagues has indicated, and maybe put some requirements on here, like you talk to your neighbors and see what the neighborhood sees? I mean, what would you think of something like that?
That's certainly your prerogative, and obviously I want to get the permission of the board to continue with this because
Right.
the ATF license will be denied absent this occurring. I will say all my neighbors received letters, and I know I've spoken with the immediate neighbors to the north and south of me. And it's hard to describe my neighborhood in particular. It's very rural compared to what you would think of Bennington. I live on a 1 acre lot off a gravel road on a dead end street. So there's very little actual vehicle traffic down there. I don't even have sidewalks in my area.
Right.
So I don't think you would receive any pushback from my neighbors, and they were all given the opportunity to attend the planning commission meeting.
I think I denied a permit too. You know
Those
why?
on Zoom, could you
Because
please
that
mute
planning board-
yourselves?
I didn't know this.
Sorry about that, go ahead.
No, you're fine, and I do apologize. Whatever rant I was on, I have lost my track. But
Well, before we run out of time, I just want to say that my inclination today might be to, if I had to vote yes or no, to maybe vote no, but if we could, maybe refer it back to the planning board. I don't know if that's a possibility administratively, if that can be done. Yes, and fortunately, we have the right man here to answer that question.
I don't think I'm the right man. I certainly don't have any experience having things go back to the planning commission, but as an alternative, because you have the prerogative to put conditions on it, perhaps this could be continued and we could have a meeting of the Community Services Committee and talk about it in that forum. And that way, the conditions would originate with this body. And
Maybe we
bring
could
it
do
back.
that and kind of lay it over for now and see if we could come up with maybe a little better solution.
May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
And I would be perfectly willing to accept conditions on the hours of operations that you would allow me. Again, I have a family and a life outside of this hobby that I plan to do. So if you'd like to restrict me to a few hours, maybe during the week, and I guess I would prefer to have a few operating hours on Saturday, as I would imagine that might be more conducive to conducting business.
Right.
But I'd be certainly willing to accept those conditions.
Well, maybe we can lay this over for, further discussion and see if we can come to a resolution on this.
Sure.
All right.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, my proposal would be if we could hold it over, just keep the public hearing open. And I would say 4 weeks, because I have a lot of questions that I'd like to ask legal counsel, just to what Commissioner Kavanaugh said. I've never seen anything like this, and there's a lot of ATF questions I would like to have. I'd like to really get a grip on the full breadth and depth of the power that we have to this, and be able to really feel comfortable in the space with it. So if that would be my recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner Morgan? Oh, sorry, wait a minute, Commissioner Garcia was before you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and taking our questions. Just a few quick questions, not to prolong the conversation too much, but also I think a few points here that are not necessarily redundant to what's been asked already. For the general public that may not be aware, and even for myself, can you briefly describe who or what is the ATF and exactly what is the license you are seeking? What does that allow you to do, and who can seek such a license? Because it sounds like you're not a business, so any individual can seek this license. So those two quick questions.
Yes, sir. ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives. They don't use the E in their name. They just go by ATF. I am specifically interested in a Class 3 license, which would allow me to conduct firearm sales and transfers. There's a form, I think it's ATF Form 4473, which any purchaser would have to complete. At the end of the completion of that application, I would submit the answers to the ATF, and they would do a background investigation on the individual to find any disqualifying convictions, or if they're subject to any sort of Lautenberg Act, or I guess Nebraska doesn't have any red flag laws, but in the event that they would adopt those would become part of the background investigation. And then I would conduct the transfer. Right now, my understanding of how the businesses that do this operate, they charge between $20 and $25 per transfer. You can only ship firearms to a registered federal firearms licensee holder. In the past, I have held a curio and relic license, which you can have shipped directly to your residence, a firearm that's considered a relic, which I believe is over 100 years old. So anybody can apply for that. Anybody can apply for a federal firearms license. However, after my interview with the ATF, you have to be engaged in commerce. That is their standard for granting a license. And my plan would be to engage in commerce, but a limited amount, because this is not going to be my full-time job. My full-time job is what I do, and then my family.
So since you are required to engage in commerce, is there a reason why you're not seeking any kind of incorporation, even if it's like a sole proprietorship, an LLC, anything like that, just to be on the record of who and what you are?
Sure, I haven't, and I will say I also have a NRA instructor's license, and I just acquired that just to get it. I have only ever put on one concealed handgun course in the 4 years that I've had the license. It's more or less just something I like to do. And just as my background, I've been a firearms instructor a couple times over throughout various agencies, and this seems like something I would like to pursue, which is the reason why I put in the application to begin with.
Yeah, probably an obvious question, but as far as the firearms transfer, is that essentially somebody has a firearm, they no longer want it, or they want to gift it to somebody? So kind of like when you're selling a car, there's a document to it, you sign off on it, and you put somebody else's name on it, or how does that work exactly?
So you can gift a firearm without going through the transfer. Mine would be through internet commerce. If I had a friend or a law enforcement officer that wanted to buy a firearm from an online broker, those online brokers can only send it to a federal firearms license, which I would hope to be. That firearm would be shipped directly to me. I would then complete the transfer paperwork, assuming they passed their background investigation, then we could complete the transaction. That's how
1 minute.
Okay, got it, very good. Like my colleague, Commissioner Rogers, and I'm sure others, I have a few other questions in mind that I'll withhold for now. I'm inclined today to abstain because if all relevant departments and legal counsel are telling us that you fall within the parameters of what is current law, then I'm not inclined to fully oppose, but I also have reservations like other colleagues on the board currently and remaining questions, hence why I'm inclined to abstain, at least at this very moment in time. So thank you for your time again.
Sure. May I make one more statement?
Sure.
Okay.
You got 20 seconds.
Thank you. I will say, as part of the ATF application, I do subject my residents to annual inspections that can be unannounced or announced. So I am fully prepared to participate in all of the regulatory schemes the ATF has designed for me. So if that adds to any level of comfort for you, there's one more agency looking at me.
Time, thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
So on a Saturday, someone, if you're open for that 2-hour period, someone could come there to possibly purchase a gun?
Sure, and I'll say I don't have any immediate plans to have an inventory or even a showroom. I will acquire a few firearms and stick them in my storage area, and then let some people know that I have them and see if they want to acquire them or not. Or people have them shipped to me, and then we'll conduct the transactions during those time frames. So I don't have, while I have to have an open time for the ATF to come do their inspection, I don't plan to have a storefront because it's in my basement behind a couple locked doors.
And as we said before, and I just would tell you, I just have a strong feeling in today's world to just, I'm opposed to this. And I don't know that if you wait 4 weeks or 12 weeks or whatever, I just don't, like the idea of selling guns out of your home and who's going through the application process. I think there should be a longer waiting period to purchase a gun and so on. And I just really have a strong reservation. I appreciate your being here and answering questions as long as you did. And I did go through the school on this many years ago before I was ever on this board, as far as a carry permit and some other things. But I just, in today's world, I just have a concern about it. There's just too many places for people to buy guns.
Thank you. Commissioner Teresa Yurick.
Teresa York County Attorney's Office. I would just suggest if the board wishes to continue it, that it be to a date certain, because it's a public hearing, and that way we can put on the record that the public hearing will reconvene. And I would just note for the board that 4 weeks puts you on July 5th, which there's no meeting, so it would probably have to be July 12th.
Thank you. Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quentin, I'm gonna try to put a little context around this, and certainly not trying to provide deep down education. And I was hoping maybe you could provide some education after I get done making a statement like this. According to current federal and to the best of my knowledge at this point, state law. Well, let me step back. You've already said a transfer is different than the sale of an arm. A federal, you have to, all of these things that you're going to be transferring, people have federal firearms licenses. You're essentially either transferring this to another person who has a federal firearms license, or they're going to require one, or they've got the paperwork in to require one, and then the arm is, the weapon is being held until that license is approved. On a lot of occasions, that would be the case. I guess what I'm getting at is a transfer of a firearm is a paper trail. It's a federal paper trail. And the ATF is actually implementing that federal law and that paper trail. So what we're essentially doing is saying, if this particular person wants to get a firearm transferred, there's probably 12 or 15 or 20 places in Douglas County where the person can actually do that if they can't get you to do it, if you don't get the approval to do this under this circumstance. They'll go to 88 Tactical, or they'll go to some other organization and get the firearm transferred. I guess I'm going to try to wrap this up by providing this final piece of context. What you're here to do is something a lot of other people are doing. You just don't have, what we're trying to decide is if you can do this on your property. If we decide that you can't, what is a person that's going to transfer a firearm, a law enforcement officer or somebody else, that's going to federally transfer a firearm, are they out of options? And I already laid that out. No, they're not. They're going to get that firearm transferred. We're not selling and buying firearms under these circumstances. Is that correct? That sale's already been made, is my point. You're transferring the federal firearm license.
I will say there are law enforcement programs that I would like to get involved with where they would sell the firearm directly to me as the FFL holder, and then I would turn around and do resale for just those firearms. But those are for law enforcement, like Blue Label Glock is you can only sell to certain professions. That's kind of the subsection of the law enforcement firearms industry I'd like to get into. But you are absolutely correct on everything else. I am just the paper trail to the end user at that point. They've already acquired the firearm from somebody else. They send it to me. I complete the final leg of the paperwork and hand them the firearm.
So Quentin, let me give you an analogy. Let's just say real quick that there was nobody in Douglas County doing federal firearm transfers. Here's the analogy. Are we that naive to believe that a firearm is not going to be transferred? My guess would be it's going to be transferred. And we're not going to know about it. I want to know.
1 minute.
Am I wrong? Is this a paper trail that the feds and the ATF are actually tracking? If a weapon leaves your premises, the ATF and the feds are tracking it, right?
All of those records I have to retain and submit to the ATF on a regular basis. So it's contact tracing for the firearm sales. That's how the ATF knows how a firearm gets into somebody's hands. They follow the paperwork until they find out who the end purchaser is.
My goal was with this. I've got about 20 seconds. I heard this, Ernie Chambers said this a long time ago, and I remember it. Tough cases make bad law. Tough situations and tough cases make bad law. Public policy needs to be made based on a rational, deliberate thought process that doesn't take specific tough cases and blows good law out of the water. Thank you, Quentin, for the time.
Thank you,
sir. Quentin, I'm going to apologize up front for this question because, again, it may seem unfair. I don't mean it to be, but as stated at the beginning, we're in a very peculiar time in this country and certainly in Nebraska as well, in Douglas County. You stated that, yes, as Commissioner Friend said, there's going to be these transfers, but that this does allow you to also engage in commerce. And by law, you have the right to do that as the laws sit today. The law also today allows 18-year-olds to buy AR-15s. Hypothetically, if you were in possession of an AR-15 and an 18-year-old came, again, law allows him, her, to buy that firearm, would you sell that firearm to that 18-year-old?
I would not, because I actually support the increase of the mandatory minimum age for that. Personal opinion, and it's I would be the business owner, and I have, before this, I worked for the Federal Probation Office, and I saw straw purchases and the end results of that, and kids doing stupid things with firearms. And I will tell you that I have no plans to do a open public sales. That's not what I want to do. I want to sell to law enforcement, and really that's the only demographic I'm targeting. But just to be fair and equitable to everybody and try not to subject myself to a lawsuit, I would maintain the ability for somebody to seek out my assistance for that, to facilitate a transfer. But I have no plans to sell to kids. That I don't want to do that.
I appreciate that answer. And again, I don't mean to speak for the whole board, but I believe that we all support the Second Amendment and we all support people have the right to bear arms. But again, we're policymakers and we're hearing what, 85–90% of our country's people want when it comes to laws or rules or regs on guns. So I think that it would be a good idea, and actually what the conversation that we've had, I still have a lot of questions myself about really what the whole ATF thing. I do appreciate that you're just looking at law enforcement individuals per se. But I would also appreciate more time to really look at whether or not there's certain conditions we can put on the special use permit, which we've done on just about every special use permit that we get, and to engage in further conversation with you on this, because I'm not ready today to vote yes on it. So I just think we need some more time.
Sure. That's fair. I would encourage you, if you have any sort of questions, please feel free to let me know, and I will try to get the best answer I can for you for the next time if you wish to meet.
Okay.
I'll extend an open invitation if you want to swing by my house and see kind of the setup I have. You're more than welcome to. I think it should satisfy any sort of physical security concerns that you have, but I understand that you're thinking of the grander picture or the larger picture of more firearms in the community, which I appreciate. What I'm trying to do is start a small business.
Right. No, and I appreciate your willingness to work with us on this and to also offer us to be able to come and take a peek at it.
I just asked for a day's notice so I can clean.
Yeah, so you can be up and awake, right? Okay. Thank you for that. With that, are there any other questions or comments during the public hearing on this? There has been conversation that, again, we'll go ahead and, after I close the public hearing, have a motion to lay this over for 5 weeks and have a community service committee meeting. Commissioner Boyle? Okay. So again, anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing?
Madam Chair, just...
I'm not going to close it.
Okay.
I'm going to, right? Attorney, I'm not going to close it. We're going to keep it open for 5 weeks, but have a community service committee meeting. Okay, so with that, then I do need a motion, though, to lay it over for 5 weeks and have the community service committee meeting. Commissioner Rogers made the motion. Commissioner Boyle seconded it. Please vote.
Give me a minute here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Motion to lay over 5 weeks passes. Commissioner Friend abstains. Commissioner Morgan votes no. All other commissioners voting yes to lay over.
Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate the respectfulness of the conversation today, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. With that, we will go back to presentations. Our next presentation is a presentation of Phase 1 report regarding the proposed mental health facility. And with us today is Al Pavandra from Carlson West Pavandra Architects, and Jerry Leahy, our Director of Public Properties. And we're very excited to see the proposal and what staff and you all have come up with to present us today.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Again. Jerry Leahy, Public Property. We were given the task to do a Phase 1 study for community mental health, both community mental health and correction mental health. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Al Pavandra. It was a tremendous effort by a lot of parties the past 4 months, and hopefully it's a good report for the commissioners to make their decisions at a further date.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Al Pavandra, Carlson West Pavandra Architects, 5060 Dodge Street. As Jerry has mentioned, it's been a good effort. We started, our kickoff meeting was Valentine's Day, so it's been about 4 months. And we really didn't have a lot of pauses in between. And I want to start off by introducing our partners in this with Altus. Mike Hamilton is here. Mike, you might want to raise your hand there. And Lauren Lamprick from Altus also was very instrumental in all our meetings. Let's see if I can get this going here. Let me try the other one. Okay. You're going to have to bear with me also because I just had cataract surgery, so I can see. I got one good eye today, so I have to read from my agenda also. Acknowledgements. This has very much been a collaborative effort with Jerry's group at Public Properties, Mike's group at Corrections, and Sherry's group at the Community Mental Health. They have, obviously they deal with this 24/7. They're the experts on their operations, and we relied a lot on their help. As you go through the documents, the summary sections that are in the documents on evaluations basically were written by Mike and Sherry, and they provided their expertise and their insight on that. Let's see here, maybe go this way. Is it tabs? Okay, sorry. Okay, so today's presentation is an executive summary of that document, and this has all the sections that we have in the document, as well as I'm going to talk about maybe a little bit more of a summary operation. So our marching orders when we started this 4 months ago was to come up with a model program. We're not coming up with a final solution at all, but it's looking at your operations and coming up with what's the best practice today for mental health as far as facilities go. And to do that, we had to go back and say, okay, well, what are you doing today? What are you doing at the health center for mental health, and what are you doing at corrections? And what's good about it? What's the deficiencies? And to come up with a model program, we need to understand what you're doing and how that evolved. So going forward, if you decide to go forward with developing a facility, there could be a phase 2, and we'll talk about that as we get into this. Again, the process, I want to keep emphasizing this. It wasn't Al Pavandra and Mike Hamilton and Lauren Lamprecht coming up with this. We really had infused in this Mike and Sherry's operations, as well as Public Properties insight on their facilities. So let's talk about the health center. The health center was built about 92 years ago, and Douglas County got a grant about 1970 to put a mental health component into that hospital, and they renovated a portion of the second floor. About 35 years ago, in 1987, there was a major renovation of that facility, and so the mental health, as it kept growing, the needs of the county, the top floor turned into an inpatient facility. I'm not telling this, most of you know all this. And there's 2 8-bed facilities on each of the wings, and then also on the main floor, there's the outpatient, both the day treatment and the outpatient center. And again, we'll get into that analysis a little bit. On the Douglas County Correction Center, That's been built over three major components. Back in the late 70s was the original replacement building that was built. In 1987 there was an addition, mostly for dormitory, and then 18 years ago you had your last addition. Mental health has grown since then. Mental health impacts on jails has grown then. There is an infirmary in there, but that infirmary is very tiny compared to how this facility has grown. You got 1,450 capacity, more or less, inmates in that facility. You've got kind of a tiny infirmary, and generally there's no really specific plans to address mental health. And we'll talk about how that is impacting that facility right now. So the purposes and objectives of what we tried to do is we tried to evaluate the existing facilities, try to define the space needs for going forward, what would be the best for both corrections and community mental health, and what are the best practices that are involved today, and then develop options. And we started out with an option. We said, let's take community mental health and correction mental health, let's create a co-located facility. And as we had our discussions, we kept saying, maybe we ought to look at pulling those apart as you have them today into separate locations. And let's compare that to having a co-located facility. So we tried to do that during the course of the study. Let's see if I can hit the right button again. Okay. So in part 2 of your document, and there's a lot more information here, we have tables looking back 5 or 6 years for both community health and corrections mental health. What have you done? How many mental health inmates or patients have you seen? And where at are they in these categories? There's all kinds of categories. There's, like I mentioned, inpatient, outpatient. There's all kinds of programs that you have in the community mental health. As you look at that information, it's been pretty steady on the inpatient. It's actually declined recently, and a couple of reasons for that. One, you had a ligature construction on that 5th floor that closed it down. You had you mentioned today COVID-19, and also you've had struggles, like a lot of businesses do, of getting proper staff. So that's kind of affected that population on the community mental health. And it also had the same effect on the corrections, maybe because maybe detox wasn't at the high end of crime during the pandemic. Maybe that population wasn't impacted as much, but your extreme acuity and your high acuity have really blown up in the last 5 or 6 years. So a recent community study was done. It was a couple years ago, and basically it came up with several conclusions about the Douglas County, Omaha metro area. Lack of access to mental health resources. The jail that's serving as the largest local mental health facility in the state. Lack of mental health practitioners. Majority of the population suffering from mental illness are untreated. We heard today that it's 1 out of 5. Well, 1 out of 5 in Douglas County is 100,000 people. So the majority of mental health patients or people needing treatment are untreated. And then the other thing that I've noticed, my wife volunteers, homelessness is a big deal. And homelessness is increasingly leading to incarceration because of maybe some incident that happened. The police have been called to a business, and they, where do you put this guy or gal? You put him in jail. Okay, so analysis of community mental health spaces. So looking at the 5th floor. Let's see if my pointer works here. So you've got this, it goes out. The big U shape on the right side, you have this in your document also. You have this long linear space. I'm sorry, I'll look at my document here. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm looking at the other, it's page 13. So on page 13, you'll notice that we have this long linear space on the 5th floor. Many of you have been there, I'm sure. And it's so difficult to supervise. And instead of having maybe one nursing station kind of looking at both sections of the inpatient, you have to get additional staff to handle the fact that they're so remote. Any citizen of Douglas County can walk in the facility, take the elevator up to the floor, and they're on that floor. In the meantime, your staff have to go behind closed doors on each wing and go back and forth. So generally, the distance between mental health hospital wings is a big deal. Staff supervision requires duplication. Linear plan layout hampers emergency response. The public has access to the floors I just mentioned. And patient isolation is difficult. Inconsistent room sizes throughout with this 92-year-old building. And to have access to outdoor, you go down the elevator 5 floors, walk across, and get in a fenced area by the shop area. So it's very difficult to do healthcare in this facility. On the other floor, which is the main floor, and Commissioner Kavanaugh, that is on page 11, you end up with both day treatment and outpatient clinics separated by the lobby. So again, the ability to use staff to work on both sides of that, to have a nurse's station to work on both sides of that, to have pharmacy on both sides of that, it's just very difficult to do. So the physical layout of this on the community side is not good. The thing that really surprised me, and this is getting in the booklet, we have this key plan, but we also have in each of these colored day rooms, we have analysis of who's in there. The blue is basically male patients and the green is basically female patients. But on the key plan, which really surprised me, is so you have this 1,450 capacity jail and you have these 32-bed day rooms, the big rectangle day rooms, that you can double bunk up to 64 to get to 1,450. Well, again, I'll try to get in the middle portion here is the pharmacy, where we have 3 small units. So mental health patients and social detox have just overwhelmed the jail so much so that when Mike Myers has mental health patients getting way past the capacity of the infirmary, they put them in a housing unit. Well, when you put a mental health person in a housing unit, put them in a cell, you're not double bunking that cell, so your capacity goes down. And the other thing that happens is that instead of having the unit management corrections officer in the unit, because of the unruliness of mental health patients, the fact you can't have that day room open all the time to mix other inmates in there, you're severely compromising what's happening in your jail, so that you have the colored portions being overwhelmed by mental health patients. And when your jail population peaks up, what happens? Well, you're taking inmates that should be in these day rooms and you're putting them to sleep on the gym floor, et cetera. So it's significant. So that's what we found by looking at your existing conditions. So what we then did, and we spent a lot of the 4 months on these programs. And so we have these program summaries, and it's in section 4 in your document, and come up with the right page here. It's page, thank you, 23. We have the program summaries of the 2 different options. On the left side, we have the space program for a combined facility where we take community mental health and corrections mental health and we put them in an existing facility. And you'll see that it's about 68,000 gross square feet. In Appendix 1, and again, looking through your document, we have a little orange tab here that starts the 4 appendixes. You'll notice that we have space program detail. So we have looked at every room. We've sized every room, but we put square footage on every room. This is in close consultation with both community and corrections and mental health as to what we need, what are the deficiencies that we're currently living with, And then also looking with Altus is what's the model program? What do other facilities have that they put in these current facilities? So you have on the right side, we have at the top, we have the community mental health program in an ideal model facility, and then we have a corrections, so that if you decided to put them in two different locations, you'd have that square footage. And so you add those two together, and those equal 83,000. So why is that 83,000 the other 68? Well, we've duplicated everything. Think about food service, think about lobby, think about building support, think about all the things that you need just to keep the operation going. We're duplicating, there's no sharing. So that's why there's a big difference. Okay, so let's talk about special design considerations and best practice. So this little diagram here, it's on page 27 in your document, looks at three components. One is clinical excellence, operational efficiency, and care experience. And so on clinical excellence, creating a positive healing environment. And in your booklet, which we're not showing here, there's just a lot of examples of living space, living areas, of patient rooms, of blue calming rooms, et cetera. So just trying to show what's happening today in new mental health facilities. So creating that positive healing environment is a big part of clinical excellence. And then operational efficiency, we talked about what you don't have. What you don't have is you don't have a lot of sharing. You're spread out, you're separated, you don't have a lot of staffing to be able to address different levels of care and treatment. And that gets into tailoring experience zones to accommodate individual needs. And the other thing that we've added in Appendix 2 and 3 are some other ideas which add to ensuring a care continuum. One of the things is, and it's in Appendix 3, is having and it's a small component that you could add into these programs, is having a holistic center where you can bring in outside practitioners to come and help when your mental health, either patients or inmates are leaving and they're going into society. You're not dumping them out the door. You're creating a way that they can, apply for a job, or having some other agency to monitor them as they're going out. So that's a care continuum. The other thing that we look at on Appendix 2 is if you're doing this combined county mental health facility, what would it take to put social detox here that you have in the Hope Center? And you may not decide to do that. You may say, that's going to stay where it's at. The cost to incorporate that into a new facility is too much. But we did look at it, and we did put a cost to that. It's an option that you may choose to do or may not choose to do. And then on the next sections that we have, and again, within your documents, you have a lot more information of examples, but generally looking at what makes a good facility today from a mental health care and treatment perspective. Some of the building attributes are staff efficiency, reducing travel through long circulation. Look at your 5th floor of the health center. That's something we don't want to do. Allowing for easy visual supervision, living rooms that staff and patients can interact with in the same care area, and then locating support spaces to be shared by separate functional areas. And again, we'll get into in conclusions about staffing efficiency and how the building layout can lead to that. Therapeutic aesthetics, familiar non-institutional materials with cheerful colors and textures, emphasizing natural lighting and views to nature, and that's really, really at the top of any new facility today. Well, I'm reading from basically, Commissioner, it's a executive summary of that section 6.1.1 on page 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So basically, this is, instead of reading all those pages, I'm kind of putting the highlights of that So under therapeutic environment, you'll notice in the text that I pulled out some things. Careful consideration of acoustics, wayfinding promoting patient sense of competence, soothing artwork, bright and open public and congregate spaces. And then under security and design, evaluating the risk of a patient's level of suicidal ideation, balancing a patient's privacy with adequate supervision, reducing opportunities for self-harm, ligature risk, time for a patient spends alone, and then control of entrances and exits. And then we have it's in the document and it's here. It's basically showing you that a lot of new facilities are one-story design because they have a lot of connections to the outside. And in your document, for instance, on page 32, just an image of, I think, some of the things that you see in a modern facility is you have these different pockets of care throughout a facility, and each one is kind of a localized section of the facility that each have their access to natural light, have access to going outside. It's not appropriate for everybody, and there's going to be some maximum security, very tough people in the correction side that you're not going to have that kind of an environment for. They're still going to have access to recreation. But the majority of mental health corrections patients or corrections inmates and healthcare patients, mental health care patients will. And then on, and I'm going to try to find the correct page for this, we also provided, it's not a final design at all, but it is a layout. And I'm showing this on the screen. It's a plan diagram, and it's basically taking the program, and this is on your document page 25. You'll notice that the blue area at the top is if we have this is a co-located facility, and a co-located facility has a lot of advantages, and it has some issues. A co-located facility has a corrections component, and that's the blue area on the top, which would be separated by security, sight, and sound from the rest of the facility. And on the right side, we have the community housing. And then we have a lot of shared spaces and a lot of core spaces where we're creating staff efficiency. So you'll notice that we have a correctional core that looks at the single cell and dormitory male and the single cell and dormitory female, and we have the healthcare core. And in the healthcare core are patient rooms, they're calming rooms, they're areas where the community healthcare staff can come over and help with treatment on the correction side. That's one of the advantages of having co-location. And I understand they have to go across a barrier, and there has to be sight and sound separation. And there are a lot of challenges with that, but this is what a co-located facility can do. Am I saying you should do a co-located facility? No, I'm not. I think it takes further study down the road. It also has a lot of important issues on where this is located. But what we're trying to do with this layout is we're trying to get the two components, community health care and correctional health care, to work together so their staffs can help each other. A lot of the correctional healthcare inmates are, this far from being a healthcare patient. They might have slipped up along the line with their thinking and got into the adjudicated side. So there's a lot of commonality between corrections, mental health inmates, and community healthcare patients. There are some that are completely different, and they would never be mixed. On the outpatient side and the mental health day treatment side on the lower left, again, having a core area that has a nursing station that handle both instead of having them separate. So staffing efficiencies with that. Shared public lobby, we even looked at shared administration. In our co-located program, we have shared locations. So Mike and Sherry got together and say, how could we share an administration area? And that's in that layout also. This is probably the most, this is the slide I really have to really preface about being careful with, because I don't know how much the facility is going to cost. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know where it's going to be located. But somebody's going to say, well, if we built this model facility and we bought a brand new site and we put this facility there, what would it cost today? So we came up with some cost ranges. I know that some of you are in the building business, and so we've got to look at a timeline. What if we started the process of phase 2, figuring out where we're going to go, what the facility is going to be exactly, price it out, and go down the road and design it and bid it out? How long would that take? And so we have. Well, 36 is where we're starting with projected costs, Commissioner Kavanaugh. And you're going to see a lot of that on there. And then looking forward, on the right side we have a timeline. And so is this the timeline that you would go to if you were going to proceed with doing some of this project? I don't know. But it is a reasonable timeline, I think, looking at if you go forward with the phase 2 and completing that, and then looking into design at the end of the year. I'm projecting the midpoint of construction would be January 2025. So January 2025, what's the cost going to be in January of 2025? I certainly don't know. There are things that are basically affecting that today. And obviously, what's inflation going to be in 2024? What's the cost of gasoline going to be in 2024 or 2025? So what we've done, what we didn't include in the model program buying a site, because you might put the site on county-owned property. You might acquire property by county-owned sites. You might try to find I'm projecting that a co-located facility, the biggest facility, would require probably at least 10-acre site. So I don't include how much it would cost to buy a site. What I did include in the cost range is site development costs. I'm assuming about 10% of construction costs. That the construction costs are based on size and component differences. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you have a maximum security, if you have a maximum security corrections facility that's for mental health in the cell, the most heaviest duty construction, that certainly could be north of $600 a square foot. But when you're talking about an administrative area, you're dialing that down to $150 a square foot or $175 a square foot. So what we looked at doing is, Mike Hamilton and I got on a board and we just looked at every component and would say, well, what do you think this is cost? So it's a blend of different costs looking at different components. And it's a reasonable approach. So option one, we came up with a certain cost, and then we also looked at what it would be for option two for just community mental health, what would be option two for corrections mental health, and we came up with some numbers. And then if we combine them, it's an enormous number, because you're looking at two different brand new facilities on two different sites. Compared it to co-locating on a single site, it's a big difference. So these are hypothetical models. So if somebody in the press says, oh, it's going to be X amount of dollars, that's what happened today at the county board meeting. That's not right, because that's not true. You just don't have enough information. I don't have enough information to tell you what I think it's going to cost. But you can start looking at these ranges and getting an idea of the magnitude of what you're in for if you go forward. And then we looked at on 7.3 on page 36, I mentioned the two add-on programs that are in the appendixes. We put some cost on the social detox facility, replacing the Hope facility, which you, again, may decide not to do. It's not that cheap, right? For $4 million plus. But this holistic resource center, which is, again, the continuum of care where you're working with outside providers to come into your facility with basically meeting and workspace. It's not very big. And to work on helping your mental health patients and inmates return to normal life. Because recidivism is a big deal in the corrections. I mean, you're getting mental health patients going through and they're coming back in. I mean, it's a big deal, and probably something should be done about that. We talk a little bit about staffing costs, and we talk a little bit about operational costs in 741 and 742. And in, we also are looking at comparisons. So this is, Commissioner Kavanaugh, this is on page 39, but I've kind of highlighted the differences. And basically they're looking at, which we talked about already, is there is a size difference between co-located and separate facilities. We talked about the difference in cost range. Development time I put inconclusive, and the reason is because you could say, okay, if we start with a combined facility on day one and compare that to starting two separate facilities, it could be the same at the two separate facilities, and the two separate sites started at the same time. The possibilities of that happening are probably not very great, though. So whether you would promote both of those facilities, even though you may come up with the funding amount to do both, getting through planning and zoning and whatever it would take to start up the two separate sites may take some time. Option one requires less staffing due to sharing, but what's more important to staffing is where the facility is located. And what we haven't got down to a little bit, but Mike and Sherry did a good job, in my opinion, of addressing on 831 option analysis conclusions, where they talk about if we are close to, for instance, if the facility is located by the mental health facility on that campus, and we do show the two campus locations, you wouldn't have to do building maintenance, right? Right now, I understand that you're banning the youth center, but you provide food for the youth center. Well, if you provide a community mental health center on that campus, you wouldn't be building a new kitchen. So there are some things that could be happening depending on where you put it. On the correction side, there's even bigger savings in the space program and cost because Mike has an intake facility right now. So he has an intake and evaluation facility right now. You wouldn't build a new one. He has food service right now. He has a great amount of building security. So if they have an incident in a new corrections mental health component that's added onto his facility, they can address that right away. Whereas if he's on a separate site, he's going to need more security components to handle an incident that would happen. So, so depending on where you have a mental health facility, greatly affects how big it is, how much staffing costs are. And so looking at, I think wrapping this up, and then we're all available to answer any questions you have. I think there's some things that we've concluded as far beyond making this model program. Number one, your existing community mental health facility was inserted into the health center wherever it would fit. And it's caused all kinds of issues as time has gone on and you've handled more and more community mental health care patients. You're handling thousands of people out of that discombobulated plan arrangement. The existing correction center was not designed for the special needs of mental illness, and it's overwhelming that facility. The current best practice mental health facility design should guide your future change. So the programs that we all worked on for 4 months should be the starting point for where do we go. Mental health care needs in the country and in your county, our county, are increasing steadily. And then consider the advantages, and again, going back to Mike and Sherry's brief conclusions on page 41 and 42, consider the advantages of co-location for build cost, staffing efficiency, and the highest use of county resources. But it's not perfect. There's going to be, and some of you share this, I'm sure, a perception of mixing adjudicated correctional mental health care inmates with community health care inmates, or even adding a social detox component to that. How can that be mitigated? And it might be through architectural design, or it may not. It might depend on where the location is. So the next step, how best to proceed, if you want to proceed, is to figure out where would it go, how big does it have to be depending on its location, what are the staffing and operational costs, and getting to a point where you're refining and clarifying what's happening to make a decision on whether you want to do something or not. And in the timeline, we propose a timeline to do that, coming up with some kind of a conclusion by maybe the end of this year, given the fact that you decide to go to phase 2 maybe in the month of July. So with that, that's a lot of information. I'd like to open it up to any questions that you have, and I'm sure there might be a few.
Thank you, Mr. Pavandra. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks for this. And having worked with you before, I got to say that I've always found your work to be thorough, and this is an example of that. It'll take us some time to digest this. Everybody's seeing this for the first time right now.
Yes.
And this is an enormous project, enormous proposal, so bear with us. This is going to take considerable time to even read this report, much less propose meaningful, intelligent questions. But we'll start. I think that, it should be noted, this is the first public discussion of this period. As a matter of fact, I think it's the first time that most of us commissioners have seen this. And so it would be probably in everybody's best interest to have a series of public hearings relative to these. And I would hope that you'd be available to participate in those.
I certainly would.
We've done this before. As a matter of fact, you and I have done this before on the West Campus project, and you were very, very accommodating with your time and expertise in numerous public hearings on that to get us the best product, and I think we did. Just to begin with a few overall questions. One is just clerical. You were showing us some screenshots which had reference to Roman numeral pages, which I do not find in this study. Were those separate from this study, or those of the ones that you just showed went through? Because you were referring to page numbers, which are numerical, but the shots that we were seeing had Roman numerals for their headings.
You're correct, and I apologize for that. And it's my convoluted thinking. I've got a study to do.
Right.
And then, next week I got to do a slide presentation. And so the Roman numerals only refer to the slide presentation that we did today. But the pages were trying to connect the slide presentation to what's in your study document.
Okay. And you and I have never had an opportunity to discuss this, is that right?
That's correct. I don't believe I've discussed it with any of the county commissioners.
Okay. So again, bear with me, but what I'm hearing you say is that when we pull up that PowerPoint that you just gave it, we can collate that with the pages that we talked about in your presentation.
Well, yes, and it's basically an executive summary of what's in the study.
I understand,
Yeah.
but it would be helpful to have the executive summary along with the thing.
We certainly have this document to give you.
Yeah, and I presume that the clerk will make that part of the record. The big thing that immediately jumps up is the co-location of criminal defendants with mental health patients who have no connection whatsoever to the criminal justice system. Co-locating them in the same campus has a stigma. I think it's probably apparent to everybody. If I have to go visit my family member, friend, whatever, in a corrections campus because they have a mental health problem, that's stigmatizing their mental health problem because they have no connection to that corrections campus and that criminal justice system. I understand that the people charged with crimes cannot leave, and so you'd have to treat them where they are. But the vast majority of the people in the community who we help with mental health problems currently have no connection whatsoever to the criminal justice system. They're not charged with crimes. Is there any place else that you've come across in your review in the nation where they co-locate criminal justice defendants and mental health patients?
You know, I am not aware of that, and have not researched
1
that.
minute.
I have not researched that,
Okay.
but we will. And it's interesting that you say stigma, because in the section where I called public perception,
right,
I had that as stigma. And my co-authors over there said, we probably ought to make that clear, it's public perception. But I did call it a stigma. And I think when I started this, and when we talked about this, we were just going to do a co-located facility, because we thought that's kind of was our marching orders. But that's why we separated it out and said, you know, we better take this and look at it at separate facilities, because that may not work. I had the same concerns that you're voicing right now.
And I appreciate that. Let me just clarify. You say you did put stigma in this report?
I put stigma as a title to which I replaced by public perception.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Commissioner Garcia?
A few quick questions, and thank you for being here today and for your report. Can you speak to how this concept relates to perhaps staffing and programmatic capacity expansion to serve more clients, whether they be the incarcerated inmate population or the community in general? I know the report mentioned briefly the potential for some cost savings, like a shared lobby receptionist or maybe a shared administrative something or other. But I'm assuming that with the conceptual thought of expanding mental health capacity through our Douglas County Mental Health Center, that comes with the idea of some kind of staffing personnel enhancement as well, which was briefly touched on at the December meeting. Can you or anybody on your team, or perhaps our own leadership, speak to that and associated potential cost of that?
Well, I'd like to ask, can I bring down Mike and Cherry?
Sure.
Because they're going to answer this much better than I can. But I can tell you that, again, in that Section 8, we really talked about changing what's happening with mental health care in corrections by having more integration with community health care. And so, Mike and Sherry, I think that you're going to address this much better than I can.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Myers, Director of Corrections for Douglas County. Speaking regarding the impact on our staffing and our operational costs from the corrections side only, I can't tell you that this is going to be a neutral zero-sum transaction. I can tell you that there are existing staffing resources which are currently deployed in corrections. If you recall the diagram where we had several of our housing units that are housing the vast majority of people in there have significant and severe mental illness, we are staffing those with additional staff in order to maintain safety. We are having 2 officers instead of 1 in a lot of those housing units. If we were able to take the highest acuity, most severely ill individuals and have them housed in a facility that was designed from the beginning to treat them and to house them safely, we could reduce some of the staffing numbers in our existing operations and transfer those resources to the new facility. There is also potentially, and I can't make a promise to this either, but this would create additional capacity that the federal government may be interested in terms of marshal inmates, which is a revenue source for Douglas County and can be a significant source for Douglas County. So on the corrections side, we may actually come close to offsetting the operational costs completely with this new facility when you consider the transfer of resources and the opportunity for increased revenue.
Hi, Sherry Driver, and I'm the director of the Douglas County Community Mental Health Center. We are looking at both the potential for increased revenue and also the addition of decreasing our costs. If you look at the current Community Mental Health Center, both inpatient and outpatient, we are spread throughout the long-term care facility. So on the 5th floor, we have 2 different distinct units, a psychiatric intensive care unit, and then we also at the other end of the hallway, we have our general step-down unit. In our new design, what we are looking at is a model program that combines those 2 units together with a centralized nursing station. That not only increases staff safety.
1 minute.
It also allows us to increase the utilization of our current staffing. So right now, to staff our units based on their separate locations, we have to have 3 RNs at a minimum per shift. If we utilize this new model design, we could utilize 2 RNs and then supplement with LPNs and other psychiatric technicians. So that's some of the potential that we're looking at for inpatient. We're also looking at doing the same thing in our outpatient clinic with a centralized nursing location to serve both outpatient and day treatment. Again, that reduces the cost of the services that we provide.
Thank you, Sherry, and Mike as well. I'll use my last 20 seconds to apologize to my colleagues, the public, and our guests. I have a mandatory 12 p.m. work meeting today that I'm going to have to get to here shortly. I look forward to engaging in this conversation at maybe a committee meeting where we can really get more robust conversation going. Also, I was planning to support my United Way colleagues in their next presentation and proposals, so just an FYI on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question could be I don't think it's really that deep, but I was looking for it in here and I don't see it. When you're talking about, are there commensurate counties or governmental subdivisions that have either recently or within a certain period of time actually implemented infrastructure like this? So in other words, a corrections department that has done a similar type of thing with the county and also maybe with local, private hospital entities and stuff like that. Within Polk County, Hennepin County, Ramsey, are there case studies we can look at and possible success stories that relate to those?
I did look briefly, and I will continue to look and try to answer that. I will say this, though. Having a co-located facility, although I do talk about being under one roof, doesn't necessarily have to be under one roof. What if they're close together and they're separate, but there's still that connection between the synergy of using Sherry's staff to help Mike's staff. But following this through, if we're involved in the follow-up discussions, I will have more information on what you're asking.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Back to this question that concerns us regarding just the co-location. Mr. Myers, as driver, do you know of anybody who has a co-located corrections facility, community mental health structure that we could look at?
I don't have a direct apples to apples comparison for you. There are a couple of examples that are close that I'm aware of. Davidson County in Tennessee.
I'm sorry?
Davidson County in Tennessee, the Nashville area. They don't necessarily have the community component, but they did a couple of years ago open a mental health specific facility right across the street from their jail. And Houston, Tarrant, I believe Harris County, Texas, they actually have all their mental health services within their correctional facilities are operated by what would roughly be the equivalent to our Douglas County Community Mental Health Center. So they're integrated, throughout their whole system.
They're non-criminal justice involved mental health services as well?
The same agency that provides the...
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. The populations of non-criminal justice mental health patients and criminal justice defendants co-located?
No, what I'm saying is the providers are the same.
Exactly. Yeah, and we could do that, on any campus that we have. Ms. Driver?
I am also not aware of a facility of such nature. I do think that it's important, though, for us to remember, I think back often the passion that I have developed in regard to working with Mike's group at the jail. And we've grown in the services that we work together on quite successfully, and I can only see our future growing together. But I remember being here specifically when Commissioner Mike Boyle talked about an aging individual who was arrested. She was on a porch of a neighbor, I believe with a broom, if I understand the story correctly. And she was arrested. And it was at that point that I said, we have to do better as a county. And how do we do that? And Mike and I have done that through an increase of services. With our newest program, the Community Mental Health Center will probably have approximately 50% of Mike Phillips, the staff that he supervises in our outpatient clinic, working in conjunction with corrections. I think this aligns potentially, and I really, really applaud Al's efforts to assure that we look at option 1 and option 2, where we look at a facility that's potentially located adjacent with each other, so we can collaborate and work together and hopefully minimize costs. I think we can work very hard at reducing stigma, not only with mental health in regard with what's going on with our nation, but also the stigma of the individuals that are served within corrections.
I appreciate that, and thank you. We're on limited time here today,
Okay.
so thanks for your input on that. Mr. Leahy, I don't know if Mr. McGill's here. I know that you guys are intimately involved with this, and I'm glad that public property is going to be overseeing whatever we do. You guys do a swell job. Are you aware of anybody in the country who co-locates their criminal justice population with their mental health patients?
I am not, but something in my mind tells me there is a location that's fairly new in a comparable county, but I can't remember where I read it or saw it, but
yeah, it'd be really
It
instructive if we could see somebody somewhere who does what we're talking about in one of these options. Because I don't know of any place that does, and I can think of a lot of good reasons
well,
not
we can
in terms
research
of
that, but
stigmatizing these people at the very least, and the fact that we have a massive campus on 42nd Street that's going to be, at least as far as the youth center goes, having some vacant space that we could accommodate these needs for people who have no connection whatsoever to the criminal justice system. It just seems to me that I don't see any health provider who is co-locating their patient populations on a prison campus anywhere. So, I mean, if there is one, let's look at it, because obviously if it was a great idea, somebody would be doing it, I presume.
I think there is. And Mike, did you have an Ohio location that you visited?
I did, but.
Was that just corrections? Okay.
Let's put our heads together and see if there is. Let's just
Time.
start. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
So part of this is I think we have to really step back and figure out what is our goal and define our mission a little bit. Is our goal really to address the criminally mentally ill, or is it truly to address community mental health at the entire spectrum of it, from the child who is having issues with mood disorders to the person who is on the schizoaffective spectrum. So I think what would be helpful too is to know that right now, so current state with the patients that use community mental health center, how does that population, how much of that population overlaps with the corrections? So in other words, how many of the mental health folks would need, say, substance abuse, and that's the reason for their mental health condition, and they're one step away from being in jail because of an action they may have undertaken in those circumstances. So I'd be curious to know how many patients in the really community mental health that we're serving are the people that need less intensive therapy aren't the folks who need substance abuse disorder treatment, but are maybe just, I'm just trying to figure out where should we be focusing our attention? Are we really taking care of the basic needs of those who just have, say, anxiety and depression that are out in the community? And that's, I think, what Commissioner Kavanaugh is alluding to as well. That's what I'd like to know. We don't want those populations to be mixed, but are they really mixed, or is I don't want to say less acute, but you know what I mean, the less acute folks, are they really being taken care of at the community health center anyway?
That's a great question. I can provide you with statistics after this meeting in regard to the number of individuals the Community Mental Health Center has served who indicates that they've had experience with incarceration. So I will get you that information.
Or just even on a more basic level, just eyeballing it, 20,000-foot view, would you say that the bulk of the folks that you serve are people who need that more intensive, that are on the fringe of homelessness, or are they the folks that are having a tough time with marriage or family stressors and they'll deal with it elsewhere?
No, we are currently serving some of the most acute individuals in Douglas County from our perception. So we work with individuals with severe and persistent mental health diagnoses, co-occurring, and then comorbidity as well in regard to their medical concerns. And we have a significant number, over 80% of our clients usually have a dual diagnosis. Well over 50% of the clients in our outpatient clinic indicate that they've had some form of interaction with law enforcement. So typically those individuals walking through our door are not an individual that's indicating, I just had a fight with my spouse or significant other and I'm needing some family therapy or individual therapy. So high issue of homelessness for the individuals that we work with. And again, substance use, criminogenic thinking and things like that.
So that's where I go back to, we talk about the stigma, and I agree, stigma is a big deal in this. At the same time, if the population we're serving already has that stigma attached, as far as being involved with law enforcement, I think those are the types of things we have to consider. Then really is the goal of the county in providing mental health services really for those people who are in more dire straits. And if that's the case, the stigma is already on them, So I think those are things to consider from a high level view of really what population we're targeting first and foremost, and that will help us kind of channel which projects are really ideal for that. But I think that the biggest problem is to really figure out exactly who do we want to serve.
Does that, well,
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Commissioner Rogers?
Mike, let me ask you a question. Would it be fair to say over the years that I've been here and I've heard this discussion, it's fair to say that there's a good amount of people, well, first, make the distinction between, for me, prison and jails, just for the public, because there's a certain degree of there's a certain intensity of a person that's committed a crime that we wouldn't have. They would kind of almost like the youth center flow through there while they're in court, and they would go on to the prison system. Define that for me first.
Yeah, so we are if you don't include the law enforcement encounter, we are basically the front doorstep of the criminal justice system for folks once they're arrested. They may be with us for, a matter of hours if they have a scheduled bond and somebody pays it for them. We have had people that are currently in our custody that have on serious, complicated cases that have been going on for nearly 4 years. We book many times over every year what the entire state prison system does in terms of the number of people that come through our doors. We typically average about 20,000 bookings a year. We release probably about 19,000 of those people at least are going to walk back out of our jail and into our community. And that's where the partnerships like with Sherry's organization and others are so important for us because of that rapid turnover.
So I want to ask that in respects to the point that over the years I've taken that there is a good amount of people that are in our facility that if there was a mental health facility and capacity there, they wouldn't even be in there. They're just there because we don't have the capacity.
That's correct. And if there was a decision point, perhaps that was, that's another thing that maybe could be built into this concept, whatever it is a decision-making point of where law enforcement has the option and they have resources available to go to the behavioral health system instead of the criminal justice system when they come into contact with folks. I'm going to give you an example that, the status quo is something that also needs to be considered. And I got a text about a little bit after 2 a.m. this morning about, I'm not going to name the name of the facility, but we had a mentally ill individual that they were attempting to book into jail from an inpatient psych facility because she threw a box of Kleenex that happened to hit a staff member. And they wanted her charged with felony assault on a healthcare worker. We were successful in pushing back and got that individual actually returned to the hospital. But those are the types of things that and the community mental health center is a little more accustomed to, we have such an overlap in the people we serve. They're a little more accustomed to some of those scenarios than maybe other providers in the community are. And we don't get those types of scenarios unless they're very, very serious, from the community mental health center of somebody who needs to be incarcerated.
Well, I just want to say, because I feel like there's a train of thought developing, like by doing this project, we're doing a disservice to the mentally ill because we're labeling them as offenders. But I want to make the point that I think is the actually opposite, that we're labeling people that don't need to be labeled, who have mental health issues, as offenders because we're putting them in there because we don't have anywhere to go. The case that's being made, your commingling, is just like you said, we have so much churn. What's the difference if somebody comes in the door for 1 day or hour and they have to go back out and they're having an experience because they've been in that facility? Does this make a mental health facility that they go to all of a sudden a co-located deal and a bad experience? No, it does not. So I just asked that question to say it's not to me, a very accurate argument to say co-locating is giving them a wrong stigma. We're doing them a disservice by putting them in a facility when they don't need to be there. This will give that option on the other end and hopefully not let them touch base in there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No other lights. I would add a thank you to all of you for this report. It was intentional that we got it today. Nobody got it before, so that we are all getting the same information at the same time. And I know you were still working on it really late. But it's a good report from first blush of what you presented, and we appreciate that. While there is lots of information to digest, I will be scheduling another conversation at the board on the proposal, probably again in that 4-week, 5-week period, so that we can continue our conversations. And I'm all for, because we do it all the time, looking where others or what others are doing around the country. And I think that's a good thing. But I also think that we could be a leader in this arena in how we address the issue that we're trying to address here. And so I don't want to lose that either. We have amazing directors from 2 of our departments that do spectacular jobs and are again, offering us options to look at and conversation to be had as to how we do business moving forward. And I think that's a good thing. And so, again, thank you. We will all digest this at our leisure, and then again, we'll have a conversation back here at the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will move to our next presentation regarding the proposed renewal of the United Way's Court Referral Community Service Program contract. Good morning, good afternoon, in about 2 minutes.
Yes, I was going to change my opening here. Good afternoon. I'm Shauna Forsberg. I'm President and CEO of United Way of the Midlands, located at 2201 Farnham Street, 68102. I'm delighted to be here today to share an update on the Court-Referred Community Service Program. I'll give you a brief background on how the program operates and share what's we've been up to this past year to strengthen our partnership with the county. The Court Referral Community Service Program, or CRCSP, is an alternative to prison and other sentencing for individuals who have traffic or criminal violations. Shoplifting, DUIs, drug possessions are common violations we see. Judges offer offenders order offenders to complete community service hours as a form of restitution to the community and as part of the client's probation terms. In addition to offering this program for Douglas County judges, we also offer it as part of the Offender Work Program. Clients meet with our program officer, Christine Allen, and we refer them to agencies for completion of the ordered hours. Christine verifies the completed service hours and reports back to probation officers and the courts. Daily program oversight is through United Way, but we also have a committee of 12 representatives from county court, district court, corrections, administration, and probation. We welcomed Commissioner Garcia to the committee earlier this year, and Judge Wheelock oversees the committee, and we meet quarterly. I want to highlight a few of the meaningful elements of this partnership. These are also highlighted in the one-pager in front of you. First, this program saves time. CRCSP eliminates the need for probation officers to spend time referring clients to agencies and having to verify service hours, which promotes efficiency. UWM's network of nonprofits mean we're able to identify organizations that can leverage this community service to do the most good. Currently, we have 20 organizations with 36 locations, as active options. Second, this program saves money. Based on the average daily jail rate and average stay, we estimate that CRCSP program saves the county more than $1,500 per person. CRCSP assists approximately 300 clients annually, with each client serving an average of 74 hours each. This represents over 2,500 service hours to our community. After 2 years of lower referrals, our referral numbers are beginning to climb back up to normal. This year, we estimate we will serve 325 clients through OWP and CRCSP, and that's in large part to our new manager, Christine Allen. In June of 2021, we hired Christine as the CRCSP program manager. Christine has been largely responsible for strengthening the collaboration with the courts, probation, and as an undergraduate education in criminal justice with her past experience as a probation officer. Christine is also a provisionally licensed mental health practitioner, which informs her work in collaboration with probation and the courts. In addition to providing cost savings value, Christine has also used her expertise to expand the program and reduce barriers for clients. In partnership with United Way Worldwide, we secured a grant to arrange Lyft rides for CRCSP clients beginning in September of 2021. Many clients struggle with transportation, which can be a barrier to completing community service. And CRCSP clients without transportation or who do not have money for bus transportation are eligible for free Lyft rides. The CRCSP manager arranges for rides to and from their assigned agency for their preferred date and time. And to date, the program has provided 100 one-way rides. For instance, we've helped 2 females who lived in different shelters and had no form of transportation to use Lyft over 25 times to complete 60 hours. We also helped an elderly woman who walked with a cane who had been dropped off at a bus stop several blocks from her site. This was the first partnership of its kind, as Lyft's other community service partners are designed mostly for vaccine and employment rights. In September of 2021, CRCSP began collaboration with the Young Adult Court in order to assign those sanctioned to community service rights in the classroom. The CRCSP manager attends court 2 times a month with both Judge Stratman and Judge Mastler. This provides the client from having to take the extra step to making an appointment and coming to the office, and it gives them an assignment immediately after being sanctioned. Similar to the Young Adult Court, Christine began attending Veterans Court in October twice a month, and we began supporting Veterans Court with Judge Wheelock by being on site with community services assigned. In attending these courts, Christine has the opportunity to engage with the Chief Probation Officer, Damon Strong, and others, further strengthening our collaboration. We appreciate the opportunity to partner for more than 20 years and are requesting a renewal of a multi-year agreement to operate the program. In your materials, you'll see the request to extend the partnership another 2 years beginning in July 1st of 2022 through June 30th of 2024 at the rate of a little over $8,500 per year, and our request represents a conservative 4.5% increase. The increase still maintains the strong cost savings for the county based on 300 clients served, and we estimate a cost savings of about $450,000. Our increase is based on a few factors. First and foremost, it costs more to do business. We are seeing labor and supply costs increase, just like other organizations we're dealing with inflationary pressures. And we haven't increased our rates since 2019. So we greatly appreciate your consideration of this increase. We really see this as a long-term partnership with the county, and in the last several years have taken steps to expand this partnership through service delivery methods that support judges and clients in the courtroom. We're all in with you to appreciate your consideration for the work ahead. I do have Christine Allen here with me and Matt Wallen, should you have any additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shauna, thanks for the information and thanks for the work you guys are doing. I think obviously there's some value add. In regard to that, do you know, do you guys, and maybe I'm missing something here, do you guys have some numbers that show how many, how many folks reoffend, or of the 300, for example, in a particular year, what those recidivism rates look like? I mean, I don't need them right now, but we probably have some success stories, right?
I'm not sure we brought anything with us, but we'll
that's
happily
okay.
look into that and send that.
Yeah, I'm
We
sure there's
apologize for
I'm
that.
sure there's some numbers that indicate success stories.
Right.
And what just out of my curiosity, does a judge have the statutory capability? So if somebody does reoffend, can you get them back? I mean, or is it one of those things that's a little bit tricky? So in other words, somebody may commit a misdemeanor, and then they commit a felony. We still have options with them, or if they go through the program, are they done?
So they're assigned to us on the first offense, and then
Okay.
the judge, that would be a second issue, and that court would have to determine whether or not this was an option or not for them.
Okay, fair enough. So that there's some latitude and flexibility.
And I think the biggest thing that we're able to provide is assurance that the hours that were assigned by the judge are actually administered, and then we report back to them
Yeah,
as
great.
well.
Great. Thanks again for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have one clarification on your request. That 4.5% increase is for the 2 years. It's not 4.5 per year, right?
We're asking for a 4.5% increase. It would be over both years.
Over
Yeah.
both those years?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Unless
no-
you want to modify that. I'm just kidding.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
But thanks for asking.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a fundraiser.
With that, any other
Sorry.
questions or comments? So next steps would be, again, it's good timing because we're in budget right now.
We
And,
appreciate that.
Yeah,
and
so we'll align this with our budgeting process.
Yes, and thank you so much for the partnership, and we're always happy to answer questions, or if there's data that we can provide as you're reviewing other things, whether that be from this particular program or 211, we're more than happy to provide that.
I think the only follow-up would be, again, information that Commissioner Friend asked about, but again, the 300 clients per year, what the increase has been over time that we've contracted
Yeah.
with you on that?
Yeah, we're anticipating the end of the year at 325, and I think now that we're able to maneuver through and able to provide more court
Because of the
programs. It was
court
hard to
being up,
do
yeah.
volunteer, or not volunteer, service activities during COVID.
COVID, right, exactly.
So we're
yes.
starting to get it picked up, but I also think these incremental program or accessibility through the court systems has helped us a lot, get more people involved in the program.
Right, okay.
Mhm.
Thanks for
All
being
right.
with us.
Hey, thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, you too. With that, we will move to committees. The budget report as presented. We do have one action item. That's a resolution authorizing the county to continue to use, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kavanaugh, your light was on. Did you want to speak to that previous?
This one that we're on now?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The item is resolution authorizing the county to continue to use Deloitte to provide CARES Act and ARPA-related services until June 30, 2023, and provides an amount not to exceed $250,000 for funding to pay for Deloitte services. This is to be funded from the ARPA award. and again, not to exceed $250,000. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Raj, second by Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
How much have we spent on Deloitte so far, Joe? Do you know?
Yeah, since the very beginning of the program, we have spent 1.7 million, but the great majority of that was when they were running the rental assistance program, which cost a lot of money. Through this ARPA phase, we've been averaging about $20,000 a month with them.
Okay, so when you say the 1.7 million, is that, we started them on CARES, I believe?
In June 2020 with CARES, yes.
So June 2020, or 2021, 2020?
2020,
To date, 1.7 million?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's an outrageous amount to spend on anybody to administer a government program that we should administer ourselves. We certainly could have hired a lot of staff for $1.7 million to do a great job, or use the staff of over 2,000 people that we currently employ. So I'm not going to support this. I didn't support this in the beginning. I predicted then, despite the estimates that were much lower than 1.7 million, that it would cost us a lot more than that, and it has proven to do that. And now we're going to throw good money after bad. So I'm not in support of this still.
No other lights or question? Oh, sorry, you're not. Did you turn your? Oh, Commissioner Friend. Okay, sorry, Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Friend, then Commissioner Boyle.
Oh.
No, I did that wrong.
Or was it the other
Commissioner, well, no, you're 9 and you're 10, so Commissioner Friend.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Joe, just, I do remember, I think the guys at Deloitte, if they were actually paying attention, they probably don't like me very much anyway, because I dogged their corporate practices, and their political behavior. But I found it generally clear that they've helped quite a bit with statutory eligibility, federal statutory eligibility. So I can't believe it, but I'm actually complimenting the work that we've got out of them, at least to this point. Joe, I'm curious, we are, the $250,000, let's say we didn't get $55 million of next wave ARPA money. I think you and I have talked about this, that 250 grand goes away, right?
Yes, and let me give you all an ARPA update. I've been exchanged some information with the Treasury Department in terms they wanted our wire transfer numbers and thing. And from what I'm hearing from people, we are anticipating that we will be receiving the second award of $55.4 million sometime here in the month of June. And that's really what this is about. It's up to $250,000. Depending on what we do, it could be a lot less than $250,000, but let's say we do 1,000 awards of $50,000 apiece, then, that number, we probably use all of it. So it's not a set amount, it's set on an hourly rate, not to exceed. And like I say, through the first half of the ARPA program, it's been averaging about $20,000 a month. And it's primarily we get their opinions on things, and then they're helping us behind the scenes with a lot of compliance work on the filings we have to do into the Treasury portals, the audit trails that we create. So we are, that's really basically what we're using Deloitte for, is compliance on, and also for their opinions if the requests are following the guidelines.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Boyle?
So then, Joe, this of course is for you too. You answered my first question, which is define the benefit that we get from them at this point. And then another question is, do we use for every recipient? So now that we kind of understand the process and who's eligible or not?
Yes, I mean, just as just for our audit trail, it's good. We've decided that we will use them for every recipient and have that in our file, that opinion that it's meeting guidelines. That's been our position, yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
All right, with that, there was a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-1. Of course, Commissioner Garcia is not with us, and Commissioner, or he left the meeting early, and then Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no. Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we will, Human Resources Committee is the personnel report from Civil Service as presented. No legislative items at this point. We do have need for an executive session for litigation, union negotiation, and legal advice. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Recording.